Welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. This is 4x4. That is SuperBren. Very wow. You got and the beanie as well. Yeah, that's very very 2000s of you. Bren bringing the 2000s back. Pain Gaming very much not bringing the 2010s back because, well, I guess depends on which part of the 2010s because they did get relegated at one point. And Bren, kicking off immediately. We are on the verge of Pain potentially completely missing out on playoffs, but not only that, on the verge of Loud completely missing out on playoffs. And we'll get into all of that, but want to take a quick second to talk about the new patch because CBLOL is playing on live patch, and this one's a doozy. So, Bren, I'm just gonna just kind of push stick a quarter in you and let you go.
So like 4x4 said, we're dealing with some pretty major playoff implications. This is the last week of the regular season. The playoff picture is going to come into shape here. We have, obviously, the first match probably being one of the most important, Leviathan beating Pain. And the teams are going to have, it could have big implications. The teams have to navigate all of this with an insane amount of changes. CBLOL plays on live patch. We are on 26.9, which means that we're dealing with a million new changes if you haven't seen them. The biggest ones, in my opinion, what's going to affect pro play the most, there are some new runes and some new items that I think everyone wants to talk about. Those are like the big impressive changes. But for my money, the thing that is going to affect pro play the most is the changes to minion waves. They have changed the way that health growth works for minions. So no longer is it a small amount of growth for the first, I believe it is 5 90-second periods is how it is defined. So effectively, the first 7.5 minutes. And then after that, the minions get increased health growth. They now start at a lower base, but get increased health growth the whole time. This means that mid and late game, minion waves are going to be stronger. They're going to be more durable. And the goal here is essentially that we are going to be able to open up roam timers, open up the ability to stack waves as a viable strategy again. And pairing that with the quest XP changes that I'll talk about in a second as well, we're going to see potentially a lot more roaming around the map, at least as a viable option. Teams famously pretty quick are slow to adapt to big swings in the meta. Pro teams like to stick with what is tried and true and comfortable. But 4x4, we have some options that we're actually going to see roaming be a viable strategy once again, where I feel like we were kind of settling into everyone's going to sit in their spot and not move at all.
Yeah, well, and a big part of that, like you were saying, was the role quest, right? And that was, look, these role quests were partially instituted as a way to combat lane swapping, right? As you had to kind of stay in your lane for the first few minutes of the game. So now it is a little bit more viable of a strategy, like you were saying. And so I think it'll be interesting to see, how much does that impact? Maybe I'm doubtful as to whether it'll impact champion choices, but more just like you said, timers and certain risks you are willing to take. And we're going to see, if not, like the days of old where your mid laner gets a couple kills and then everyone TPs down to that bot ward, right? Which I instituted the teleport changes way back in the day so that everyone couldn't just crash the same ward in the bottom lane. And all of a sudden, the whole game is swung on a 4v4 in the bottom lane. And okay, it's over because we lost the everyone get in here, or the 4v4. But yeah, and the new static shift changes. What are your thoughts on the new static shift? Because I don't know. I simultaneously feel like I feel like I see everyone talking about that, and also not enough people talking about that. You know what I mean?
Okay, so the new static shiv, couple of the new items are pretty fun. Some of the item adjustments are pretty fun, but the static shiv is feel like the one that has the most potential for shenanigans.
Yes,
and as someone who's been fiending ARAM Mayhem, that item's hilarious, dude. I played a build in ARAM Mayhem. If you guys don't know, it's a funny little game mode. It's like ARAM. Everyone's in the mid lane, except you get crazy arena augments, and they can really alter the game. I got the augment that makes your abilities apply on hit.
Oh no.
And then I got Static Shiv and Sword of Blossoming Dawn as Seraphine. So all of my abilities were applying the Static Shiv on hit, which is applying to all of the enemies, applying the Sword of Blossoming Dawn on hit. So I healed my entire team a massive amount. We still lost, but it was funny.
But I had fun, and isn't that the point?
How is it going to affect the pro play meta? I actually don't know that it's going to change that much. It opens up some interesting on-hit builds in terms of the side wave, but for the most part, Static Shiv arcing through the entire enemy team in a team fight still feels to me like it's going to achieve that same purpose of getting in some chip damage, being generally helpful, but not necessarily game breaking.
Well, let's hope. And I think as we get into draft here, nothing too crazy as we're seeing, because I think, one thing to wrap up the static shift point, this is not, we are unpaid for this. This isn't me shilling for, my paymaster. I do think that Riot has gotten better about like just the swings that they introduce. Nothing has like over the last kind of year and change, like their track record is actually pretty dang good. I think literally their only misstep has been Mel. And even then that took a while for people to figure out how busted she was. And they patched that pretty quick. So I'm cautiously optimistic about static shift and how not actually busted that will be. And Bren here, it's the last week of the season, right? For Leviathan, literally their season is on the line. They have to win and then hope that Loud lose to keep their season alive. If they lose to Pain, it's curtains. Loud make it playoffs, whatever. But for everybody else, right, we've got to fight for the top 2 coming up next as well. So I'm not even sure how many risks teams are going to take week to week, right? It's like, look, let's just stick to what we know. Yeah, it's a hashtag brand new game, but like I don't know that teams are going to take that big of risks. Like even this Lissandra right here, right? This is a swing that we've seen some teams take in other regions.
Yeah, the Lissandra is kind of coming into the meta, and it makes quite a bit of sense when you just look at how she is positioned. There's a lot of inability, I would say, to punish Lissandra. She can go forward with a bit of impunity because of the prevalence of the Enchanter mains. As you're going to see the Lucian Milio classic combo come out. And just because of the way that like the current meta is positioned, and I think some of the rune adjustments as well, give Lissandra like a pretty good spot to do what she wants to do without fear of, I think the usual issue is that when her E is on cooldown, and it is a long cooldown, she's pretty immobile. She can't really help the team after that's down. If she's stuck out, and she's going to die. But she has a lot of opportunities now to play around that. And I think it, like you said, I don't expect wild changes in champion adjustments, but small adjustments to the comp, like we have here. This is, I would say, if you put Orianna in the mid lane for Leviathan, it would be a completely normal, like 2026 draft.
Yeah.
That's the only change that I would say is like kind of different. And beyond that, it looks pretty standard to me. So I'm kind of interested to see what their plan is to play around. I think a lot of teams have forgotten that Nocturne is a champion in of itself and does not just enable the knock wave.
Dude, yeah.
So again, this matchup is gonna matter. Like, we're going to see a lot of playoff implication get decided here between these two teams. So good one.
Yeah, I think going into playoffs is where I think we're going to really see teams have a chance to cook, especially those in the upper bracket, because you have that extra life, you have that extra, obviously, wiggle room to play with. But for now, pretty stock standard. I mean, I guess in terms of items and runes, right? We haven't really dove as much into that, and I think we'll tackle that on an ad hoc basis, right? If we see it pop up, the CBLOL overlay is pretty good about letting us know what runes, what and whatnot are being played. So yeah, it should be interesting. We haven't seen, like, for example, even if we do see a Xin Zhao, I don't think we're going to see AP or attack speed Xin Zhao, locked in here.
It's so funny though. I've tried to convince.
It's great. It's great. I'm glad they're bringing certain one of these, these play styles back, right? AP Ezreal they're trying to bring back. AP
Ezreal's back.
Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I have to keep convincing my friend. I bring up ARAM Mayhem again because Riot. I know you don't like necessarily listen to us, but if you happen to be listening to us, ARAM Mayhem has been the smash hit of the game.
Oh, 100%. No, that's all. That's all. I
think
play.
it's
with
so
my friends.
good.
I like last night. What I did, I had I had some happy snacks that are legal here in the state of California, and I played ARAM Mayhem with my friends for 4 hours, and it was amazing.
It's a great time. It's always
just,
even if you lose it, it's funny.
Exactly. Like, yeah, because okay, you know what? They got a Thanos God Roll Augment combo last time. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna get that next time. Well, new rune alert. Wee woo.
New rune alert.
Woo-hoo.
It's here.
Rumble.
Great. This gives us a chance to talk.
Deathfire Touch. Yeah. That's what the one it is.
Yes, that is. It's a Deathfire Touch, one of the new sorcery runes in your blue tree. And for people hearing the word Deathfire, it may be a little spooky because for those of us who don't know about Deathfire Grasp, that was its own bag of worms. But Deathfire Torch, not necessarily insane, but I think it has a lot of synergy with what Rumble wants to do. Damaging a champion with an ability now burns them, and it's a different amount of time depending on if it is single target or AoE or damage over time. The burn scales with level plus your bonus, 8% bonus AD and 3% bonus AP. The damage is adaptive as well. And after the burn is on a target for 3 seconds, the burn damage increases by 100%. So the burn damage will double. It is really, really strong for a champion like Rumble that wants to stick to a target, continuously apply damage. So it makes a lot of sense that we are seeing it here.
No, it makes it really impressive, right? And like you said, I think the burn fantasy is kind of what they're, locking onto here, like you said. So, your champions that build, just in burn, right? If we see Anivia later, right? I wonder if she'll grab that as well. Maybe in the support role, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe you just still stick to combat in the support role. But I could see again, just like, because yeah, I don't know. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. I'm just kind of theory crafting. I'm famously very terrible at that, so I'm gonna stop.
I haven't cooked with Deathfire Touch in the support role yet. I feel like generally when you are a support mage, you're looking more at shorter trades instead of getting stuck on. And speaking of getting stuck on, Keen has to burn the flash.
He has to burn the flash pretty much immediately there. Yeah, once that E came out from Enga, you knew that things were about to get a little bit dicey. But Pain, look, let's zoom out just a little bit here, as in the bottom lane got a lot of trading going on. Pain Gaming playing right now for nothing but pride, trying to get their first series win of the split. It has been a dire split for Os Tradicionais, the most Brazilian org, the Yankees, if you will. And Leviathan, they have just one series win, just 2 game wins all year long. But if they win here and Loud lose tomorrow against VKS, and Leviathan will make playoffs over Loud because of a head-to-head tiebreaker, because Lev's only win was against the defending CBLOL champions themselves, are rocking with a new support. Coming up next, we have Furia versus Red. That is a fight for the top 2. Red have locked in top 2, but we have a 3-way tie for second place between Cade, Furia, and Fluxu. And Los Grandes could crash that party too. They are just 1 game behind. But in this one, Bren, Kaisa in the bottom lane. We didn't talk a bunch about that, but look, too many people like Kaisa for that champ to disappear forever. So if there is ever just even a tiny angle for Kaisa to become a thing again, people will take it, especially the old heads. And Snaker, God love him, he is an old head.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like, maybe it's just because I've watched them for long enough, or as Toplop is in a dangerous way. But no. What do you mean he's fine?
He's Snaker,
full health again. But yeah, I guess Kaisa not necessarily been the most meta of AD carries in recent times, but it just didn't even register to me as like a surprising pick because I saw it was Snaker. Like I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Snaker would play Kaisa. That's true.
Yeah, I feel that. Robo, you're the veteran of Devist here in this drought. I say that, not really. Cassante has pretty high base damages. We haven't seen anyone bust out the new starting items yet. There's Doran's bow and Doran's helm as well. So Doran's bow, a little more auto attack focused. Doran's helm, a little more for resistances. But other than that, yeah, I mean, talking about the way these comps kind of want to function, I mean, Leviathan have drafted themselves a pretty potent dive composition here. You definitely have, a couple of dive buddies for Bookie, which is good. You kind of need that as a Nocturne, but a lot to really just unga bunga into you with the Nico ult. Kaisa's able to redirect. Enga obviously able to go forward, buy himself time with the Glacial Prison. Nope, that's Sejuani ult. I'll find out the name of that ultimate in just a second. A lot of Freljord champs. But then on the other side, this is quite the early game composition, Bren, for Pain Gaming. They are going to have a lot of work to do if they want to be relevant past 20 minutes.
Yeah, it can be tough in terms of who is going to be the late game carry. Ari is great in the mid game. Lucian is great in the mid game. Rumble is great in the mid game. But who is going to be a sustained team fighter later on is a genuine question for this composition. But where I think Pain Gaming actually have done something quite nice for themselves is that where Leviathan is this kind of strong dive composition, they have lots of people that can either go in on a win because of a button they press, or when they go in will have severe impact because of a button they press, or it can build an item to let them go in. They have lots of follow-up, lots of dive. I think Pain Gaming, of all the comps you could pick to deal with that, is one of the stronger ones. Emilio can cleanse everyone's CCs in the AoE, and you can drop down. I think it's really just going to come down to, does Robo use that ultimate? Does the equalizer come out at the right time? Does it hit the right targets? And does it do enough damage? and that will really decide the future of Pain Gaming, at least for the series.
Yeah, I think you point out something pretty good there, right? Which is actually you've got an AoE cleanse, and then 3 of the 4 champions have dashes. So you've got a little bit of repositioning available to you as well. And yeah, I mean, as we get into the later game again, it's going to be tough, right? Someone's going to have to take care of Devist on this Cassante, right? Who's going to be your tank shredder? It can be a Lucian eventually. It can be a Rumble eventually. Again, with the Deathfire touch, more for more impact in lane, obviously, but it does scale with your AD and AP. So it should be all right, all things considered. But yeah, it'll be someone's got to take care of Devist. First dragon here, gonna go over to the man, Carioca. Now the second longest tenured player in CBLOL. Actually, no, aside from Robo. Sorry, the stat was premature. Once Robo takes a pause in his career, Carioca will be the longest tenured player not named Envy. Envy will be the only one that debuted before 2017 in the CBLOL. So a lot of the old guard, a lot of these players that hang around for a long, long time, they are a dying breed. Father Time, famously undefeated.
Actually, Father Time took 1 L. All right, it's irrelevant to this particular league.
I know where you're going,
but that guy Faker's just been around forever, man.
Yeah, he's still doing the damn thing.
He's still doing it over there, over in Korea. I have not been keeping up with the LCK as closely, but I refuse to believe without looking that there's a world where Faker is bad as we actually are going to get some serious fighting here in the top side.
Oh yeah, Equalizer takes quite the chunk out of Devist. He stood in there for a while, went all out, but still has enough healing and shielding in that kit to take a good trade here versus Robo. Yeah, Cassante is the one that kicked it off, but Robo will survive. Took the plated steel caps first. A lot of them are in Devist's kit as well. Yeah, I mean, Devist is going to win out that trade early on. It's so hard to get that consistent damage down when you're just getting the snot beat out of you very, very quick. First 2 neutral objectives going over to Pain Gaming, though. So Bookie not having exactly the impact that he would want, but both he and the Vibe have hit level 6. So top lap goes in, doesn't get anybody with the Pop Blossom, and maybe that would have been Bookie's go button to swing on in with the Paranoia, but instead, honors even, they decide to back off. They do get Triggers Flash.
Yeah, and they do get Triggers Flash, and that's something to look at is during that top trade, Robo also lost his Flash. Devist did not have to use it, did use the All Out, but as you can see, that cooldown is relatively low. Just considering the timings of fights for top laners compared to the Summoner spell, you're going to take that trade pretty much every time. And so we might get to see Leviathan force some issues here, either in the top or bottom side around the upcoming neutral objectives. It's only 2 minutes, or 2.5 minutes rather, until that next dragon, which means that Leviathan can maybe make something happen if they find Curry, not on his game with that ultimate. They can take trigger and maybe cause some problems.
Still goose eggs all across the board in this one. As Pain again playing just for pride. Leviathan need a win to keep their season alive. They've gone with a potent dive composition to try to do just that. It just feels like they have more buttons, more ways to win the game, more ways to deal with things as the game will roll on. But still, no one's able to land any sort of killing blow. Enga gonna get himself back. After all that, yeah, still another minute and change until the dragon spawns here. You want to see, I mean, as far as the lane matchups, pretty much all even. I mean, there has been, the largest lead is sub 200 gold. This has been quite the testy game here. Carioca, though, trying to change that. Do they go for the dive? I think this is a bad idea if you try to go for this dive, especially if it leads you under the tower, but might be trying it as the wave pushes back.
I don't expect them to go for the dive, but Robo might, position purposely a little too far forward and be like, I really hope nobody presses all out on me and dives me. I would die. That'd be terrible.
All right, well.
But unfortunately, Devist not gonna take the bait.
No, much too seasoned a laner for that. Yeah, I mean, I think you could, right, with the mixed damage, maybe burn through that. You have the Faded Ashes in tow as well, so able to chip into that health, but not going to be the case here. Now is Bookie trying to set up for this dragon. I mean, first couple wards have been placed. They are by Pain Gaming, so they're going to know that Bookie is there, but he's staying in that pixel brush. And neither team really giving an inch, giving anything really, as far as opportunities, openings to gank, to press R, to get that first kill of the game. We are 11 minutes in, and still no blood has been spilled here on Summoner's Rift. But Top Lop and company getting ready for a pick. That's one thing both these compositions can do, though, is get picks. And 100-0 someone pretty quick. I'd say Pain have a little bit of the edge on that, with a lot of the early upfront and mid-game damage that you were alluding to, Bren. Pain will take over this Dragon Pit. See if they can get the Dragon as well.
And there is something to be said of sometimes you don't you talk about like scaling compositions and we just need to play safe and we'll be stronger later. But those neutral objectives have a significant impact, and if you get too far ahead, it doesn't really matter to an extent how much the opponent scales. And Pain Gaming, while their gold is not massively ahead, I think they are winning the tempo game at the moment. They seem to be kind of using their time on the map a little bit better, having taken the objective so far, but it is now Leviathan's turn to try and change that.
They're on this Scuttle Crab, or the corpse, if you will, of a Scuttle Crab. Is the Scuttle Crab actually dead, or is it just hibernating? I don't know. It's a question for the lore heads in our chat. Almost swiped away. The Dragon was by Karaoke, but now he's going to go in. The lights do get turned off. Pop Blossom in the back and dissuade the engage. Rumble in the back line, burning through everybody. But Karaoke's taken low. He's out of the fight for now. Curry's taken low as well. Finally, the calling goes out, trying to get Bookie. He was isolated from the rest of Leviathan. Will not get the chance. The charm lands onto Enga. Is the follow-up damage enough? Not quite. Trigger goes down. Bookie's able to grab the kill. It's a 1-for-1.
An insane play by Devast there, really confidently going forward into the opponent's backline to steal Trigger with the all-out to go right back under tower. An incredible use of Casante's hit there. And part of what happened is Robo, I don't know if you noticed this, he got CC'd facing the wrong direction. I wonder if we'll see it here. The fight kicks off pretty well for Pain Gaming. They lose out on the Dragon, but they have a great teleport. They get caught a little bit by the Pop Blossom, but a great positioning on the Equalizer means that they're getting so much damage down. But right here, Robo turns around when he gets CC'd. And I think with how low Devast got, if he hadn't been turned around, if he had been facing Devast, the Flame Spitter would have hit him and probably would have killed him. A real margin of inches there. Devast barely survives and is able to even out that play.
Forcing the flash out of Snaker, and I think the coaches saw that. I think they saw, woo, we might have gotten away with one there. That was pretty close. Able to get one back there onto Trigger. And now SuperBren, Snaker has got that blessed item in tow. The static shiv is in the building. Able to get as much so with the Kaisa that interacts with the plasma stacks.
Oh yeah, so with Kaisa, it's going to interact with most of what she wants to build regardless. The on hit, attack speed Kaisa. So static shiv has been completely reworked. Again, this item gets reworked quite a bit.
Yes.
So now it is back to being it is still an energized attack, so it has to build up. Your energized attack will fire a chain lightning, dealing damage, increased against minions and monsters, a bit of bonus magic damage that scales with your level. But the big thing is it applies on hit effects to all targets it bounces to, and your basic attacks now grant you energized stacks. So with a high attack speed carry, you're going to be getting those energized procs, those static shiv, bounces more often than you used to.
Paranoia pops one more time. Karaoke not in a good way right now, but the rest of the Goon Squad coming in trying to save him, but they've walked right into Top Lop's trap. Curry is taken down. It's a double kill for Enga. Trigger trying to get some sort of damage back. He's actually kind of cranking low-key. Can't leave him alone. Finally gets enough damage down onto him. Kind of able to wrap it up as well. Trigger goes monstrous with the triple kill and brings an unlikely fight back for Pain.
That's an insane just individual efforts there from Keen and Trigger, because Karaoke caught kind of poorly. I think a bad decision to just go up, just kind of stands in the scuttle pit trying to get some vision down, but does not understand where Leviathan is on the map. And Leviathan hit those go buttons we were talking about, and they go forward. Not only do they find Karaoke, but when Trigger and Curry try to arrive, you can see Karaoke just misses that ward, doesn't realize he's on vision, backs out, but it's too late. Everyone's already diving onto him. And here we can see as Karaoke and, as Trigger and Curry try to go forward, they get caught by the Pot Blossom, and I thought it was going to be such a done and dusted fight, but just enough healing there from the Ahri passive, just enough damage from Lucian. And the two champions we mentioned is, hey, these guys are really strong mid-game carries. Their damage starts to stack up, come up big in the mid-game.
Well, now this is where you got to put your foot on the gas, right? You got to be smart about it, and Leviathan absolutely have ways to counter that, but this is where you got to put your foot on the gas. You've got a 3,000 gold lead at 16 minutes, right? That's perfectly respectable. You could take that home to mom and dad and be like, look, guys, I did my best. I'm above the curve, or at least at the curve. And the neutral objective parade continues here. Only lost the one dragon, and now Herald popped here, or Herald taken down here, I should say. Which long lane do you want to crack open here? The mid lane tier 1 has been taken down. First break did go over to Pain Gaming. But now they're in a really good spot here. They got 4 kills on Trigger. I mean, Bren, this feels like a dream scenario.
This is exactly what you want from Leviathan's composition. I think part of what happened there is, yes, they didn't quite execute the counter dive, the abilities that they have to deal with Leviathan's dive as properly as they could have. But their composition, like we said, is just kind of good at that, is able to weather that initial storm. And once Leviathan, once they're down out of those tools, they do have a bit of a struggle to follow up. If Kai'Sa's not there, they don't have a sustained damage dealer. And so Trigger just being able to fight his way through is exceptionally strong, as we see another ultimate going to be used there from both Bookie and Keen. The Spirit Rush and the Paranoia dropped. This is probably going to be another tower for Lev. But yeah, all the gold goes into Trigger. Like you said, it's an ideal scenario. You want this Lucian to be massively ahead. Of all the people who could get massively ahead, that's the guy you want. And they have it, so they need to make use of it.
I think you might see a lot of this. Herald popped in the mid lane tier 2. So everything that Leviathan did in that bottom lane to grab themselves that first tower, guess what? We're headed up to the top lane. Going to get 2 charges out of this. Very nicely done by Karaoke. Getting maximum value out of that Herald. And Bren, the attempted pick in the bottom lane reminded me a little bit of what you were saying about, like, look, yes, you can try to dive these champions, right? But they've got oops buttons, right? Kind of as soon as the Paranoia was popped, just went backwards with Spirit Rush twice, right? And that's ultimate that's going to come back up off cooldown really, really quickly. So I think it's not enough to just go after a champion. You have to go after a champion that has its movement ability down, or cannot retreat to the safety of a fountain, or you got to overload that lane in a very specific time that you're not getting things taken on the other side. And that's my worry right now for Leviathan, is that if Pain continue to play the game on their terms and send basically anybody but Robo into a side lane, Robo I point out just because he's going to have fewer escape buttons, as we're going to see here. Could be in a rough way. Pops a flash. Okay, so again, but you're getting resources little by little. But then what's Pain doing on the other side? You see kind of able to really make a lot of headway with the mid lane pushed up, the bottom lane. That tower is not long for this world. Pain, this is a really sharp mid game by them, Bren.
Yeah, they're executing this exceptionally well. They recognize the pressure on the top side. They realize, okay, they're going to go after Robo. Regardless of the resources they use, we're going to be able to get something somewhere else. They see that they use resources and they don't even get the Robo. And so they're continuing, hey, that tower is going to take even longer for them to take. We have more time on the side lane. They're going to apply even more pressure. They're executing this really, really well. This is what you kind of have to do with their composition. Something I look at when we're looking at like bottom of the table matchups is usually I talk about ease of execution. And I think Leviathan does have mechanically the easier to execute comp, right? Just press your buttons and go forward. But what you talked about, 4x4, you have to find the timer, right? There's flashes on all of these champions as per usual. But then you have Karaoke has movement. He has an unstoppable. Kaine has movement. 3 dashes plus a proto belt right now. Yeah. Don't know if everyone's looking at that. You got flash and dash from Lucian, and guess who's always going to be by Lucian's side is the Milio to clear all that up for him. It's going to be really, really tough. You have to execute at the right time. The decision making and the macro management is going to be pretty tough for Leviathan, and that's where we can see they are losing out this game. They're down 2 towers. They're down a couple of neutral objectives, and that's where the gold lead is really coming from for Pain.
Yeah, and it kind of to the other side of the coin you're talking about, they haven't fought really, right? This whole lead, like we haven't had a kill since Trigger got that triple kill and got himself to the 4 kills, gave himself that massive item advantage. Ever since then, the entire lead has just been built off the map. You've just been farming objectives. And Pain have just done a really, really good job of that. With this composition, it has forced their hand a little bit, but I mean, you and I have casted a lot of League of Legends in our day. How often do we see a competition like this just do absolutely nothing? Now, to be fair, they got the one fight they wanted, right? And it'd be interesting to see how Pain played this out if Trigger didn't get 3 kills, right? If he didn't have that sort of that gravitational effect, right? To be able to kind of dictate, hey, this is our strong point, right? And have a very clear kind of, spearhead to where you want to go. But hey, this is where we are. So that is what it's going to be. Robo on a very big 2-item spike now. Trigger on 3. Again, he is still the man.
Okay. I apologize. My internet stuttered there, and then everything froze, and I was like, oh no. But it was but for a moment.
Big.
So we're still here. And what I was saying is it's kind of ideal for Trigger, because like we've had a lot of questions about if he can be the guy, and he's in a situation where he is you don't get a choice right now, my friend. You are the guy. Look at the gold leads across the map. It's a component for every other lane, maybe a bit of a pricey component. Like, they're both AP champions. That's like a pickaxe in the mid lane of gold. It's a whole item of gold in that ADC position. And so Trigger has to make use of this. He is at 3 items. That is a very strong point for Lucian. He has the cooldowns.
And he's just going to take 2/3 of Enga's health bar, and that's the go button. They get another. Separated completely from the fight. Snaker gets ripped to shreds. Toplop throwing damage backwards, trying to make some sort of escape for his team. Enga will get out with a sliver of HP. Devis next on the menu. Trigger and Pain Gaming are on fire.
Yeah, they find their pick. They find a good moment. Like you said, Trigger's ultimate separates everyone out. Enga taking so much damage.
That was
there.
so much. So like we've seen Lucians just throw out a culling, kind of like it almost looks like it's like I'm bored. I don't know what to do. Right? It doesn't really
just
often do that much. That did a lot of damage to Enga.
Well, the thing is, the culling, it scales with crit, and Trigger is right there. He's got 3 crit items. He is very, very strong. He's got, these are the Lucian items. I feel like once they brought Spellblade back to Essence Reaver, Lucian was the meme of Moist Criticals going, woo! That's Lucian. All right, he's so happy about that change, and then he's got the cooldowns, and so he's just gonna use them. He separates out the whole team, and that gives them the opportunity for that first pick. And I actually really like the follow-up. We were really patient. Robo was really patient with the equalizer, and that separates out the team further. The people who are low are even lower. Enga has to just leave, and Devos is too slow to get away because of that equalizer. So a really patient fight from Pain, and they're looking like a team, I'll say it, with an identity, and they haven't looked like that all split.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think that's kind of a bit of a frustration. Is like, damn, where was this, guys?
Where was this, man?
You couldn't win one series? Come on, you needed to wait for 26-9, and you're not even playing anything different. You're just playing Lucian and just got a nice little fight here. Like, look, we've seen bigger leads blown in the CBLOL this year. So this game is not over just yet. And you do have a Kaisa, right? That is still, once she gets a couple more items, gets a couple more buckets ticked off as far as her inventory and certain spikes and thresholds she needs to hit, this champion could become a demon. You've got a lot of CC. You've got a true frontliner. But if Pain keeps their foot on the gas like this and plays this very kind of controlled mid-game out, Leviathan are not going to win this game. Simple as that. Yeah.
They've just picked up the Baron. They're sieging more minions. They're doing the thing you have to do. It's not enough to have a lead. You have to grow it. Can Leviathan strike back? They pop the paranoia, but it's just to try and buy some time, and Pain don't really seem to care.
No, you saw everybody kind of literally huddle up around the campfire that Milio put down, and that was kind of it, right? And if you have that breath of life, if you have that Milio ultimate, hang on a second here, Trigger, you'll be the beneficiary of that immediately. Enga threw out the E. Devis will get chunked down. Bookie ate a lot of that. Devis that finally does go down. 2 more kills go over to him, and that's the go button. Pain go forward fearlessly as they look to take game 1 from Leviathan. It's a double kill for Robo as he gets on the board in what could be his last series, SuperBren, as a professional CBLOL player. Or will be, at least for now. He's already announced he's taking a pause in his career, but he's going to go down swinging here. A deathless game from Robo. The sentences you haven't heard in a long, long time. A deathless game for Robo as Pain Gaming cruise to a Game 1 victory, and Leviathan's playoff hopes took a major hit with that one, Bren.
Yeah, they have to pull off the reverse sweep now. You know, everyone's adapting to this meta, right? We talked about how there's a bunch of huge changes. We highlighted a few of them throughout this game. And despite that, it's the team that played a pretty, like I said, a pretty standard composition, something that's tried and true. What we expect from pro players is to stick with what works. But Pain made it work. And as frustrating as it is, you know, to have Pain finally show up, it is against Leviathan.
Yep.
But I'm not gonna knock them. I'm not gonna knock them, right? No. They can only beat who's ahead of them. They played their game. It was a really well executed game, very clinically executed. Mm-hmm. We talked about the points where they needed to succeed for their comp to work. They succeeded on them, and so now it's can they do it again?
Yeah, and I mean, look, like you said, they executed their composition very well. We've seen that composition go disastrously wrong for teams at all levels. And Leviathan and Pain, I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, they have, as far as game score, not series score, as far as game score, they're essentially the same team. Pain actually now have won more games this split than Leviathan, just because of a quirk of the standings, right? When, you know, Leviathan won the series, whereas Pain have not. That is Pain's now third win of the split, whereas Leviathan still have the two. But no, like you said, Brent, I mean, it is, you know, look, it's good to see, in the immortal words of Aubrey Graham, better late than never, but never late is better. So Pain Gaming, certainly late with that one, but yeah, we're gonna take it to a quick break. When we come back, Leviathan, they've got to make it happen, man. They've got to win out and then hope for some results to go their way tomorrow. But for now, they've got to regroup and get ready for game 2. We'll be right back. Welcome back into the greatest league in the world. I am 4x4. That is SuperBren. We've got a good one here. As Pain Gaming, did they pick the worst possible time, the funniest possible time to switch it on, and all of a sudden give their fans something to like? I don't know. Maybe as a Pain fan, maybe you would rather the team just kind of fall apart because you know that Robo's leaving. You know, there's probably going to be roster changes between Split 1 and Split 2 on top of Robo. I mean, the Pain fans are clamoring for Desamis. They are clamoring for, other. They had an AD carry that they really wanted as well. I mean, Rebello is teamless right now, right? They're kind of building the off-season all-stars because that is a fun thing about CBLOL. And especially with the pool of teams shrinking over the last couple years, there's just a lot more talent, a little less diluted, right? You're going to have one or two players that go, they're not on a roster, are they? They could save my favorite team. And that is the cycle that Pain Gaming fans are going through right now. Watching their team put on an absolutely clinical Game 1, Brett. It has to be said.
It's the hope that kills you.
Truly, truly, I say to you, it is the hope that kills you.
And Pain Gaming just gave a lot of people a lot of reason to hope. That was, we talked about turning the nameplates off. Would we have ever guessed that, hey, that's Pain Gaming playing right now? No, I mean, the traditionals, the Pain Zeta might not be happy with what the reality check I'm about to give you. Your team sucks, man, and they have all year. But if they can't, they have that in them, and it wasn't even Robo played well. He played good on the Rumble, but like we kind of figured like if we have to choose a guy, I guess it's Trigger because he got like the insane. He just got fed a triple kill and then was a million miles ahead. But the whole team just looked good, and if your whole team can look good. Like, then it doesn't matter. Like, if we need to slot in a new part, if everyone else is still working, it should still be fine. And the problem is that was the hope at the start of the split was, well, okay, even if, Titan did some bad stuff and he's going to not be playing for the team and it's going to be okay because at least the rest of the team we know is still solid. Mm-hmm. And then it hasn't worked out.
No.
But now they're doing it again. And you got it. Are you I mean, is there a Pain fan who can weigh in? Can we call in RMC on his day off? Hey, is it better or worse if Pain dominates this series?
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer to that question as a neutral here depends on who of this roster is sticking around for Split 2. And I would argue, more realistically, 2027, when you can have a bit of a harder reset. And I think that's all that Pain Gaming fans are looking forward to because all their plans for 2026 went right out the window. I mean, all the pieces that were promised, right? Titan, Tinones, Robo. If my mic didn't pick it up, I was making farting noises with my mouth. But the team is just completely falling apart. And then Karaoke even at one point got benched, and it was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Curry, the import, he's the one that's left? He's the one that's left standing?
Karaoke, man. I feel like anytime something goes wrong for Pain, he's the guy that it's like, oh, we gotta get rid of this Karaoke guy. I feel like he gets a lot of heat from the fans.
100%.
He's the only guy that's still on this Pain roster from when I started watching CBLOL many years in the past. Like, and I feel like it's not necessarily his fault, guys.
Yeah, he has taken a lot of abuse. 100%.
We do get into the draft, and I imagine, speaking of Karaoke, that's where that Pantheon is going.
Yes, I think that is an absolutely fair assumption. Able to grab that for Game 2. We see again just a little more 2026 drafting. Nothing too crazy so far. We do see the Skarner. It hasn't been as common, but we have seen it in the hands of some, and I think it's fantastic. As an engaged tank and spank support. Excuse me. Corky Nami will be locked in the bottom lane. I would love to see Anga on Anivia. This dude on Rise is very good, and the monkey under-evolved part of my brain thinks good on Rise equals good on Anivia, which I don't think actually is that crazy. They're both short-range battle mages that build kind of similar items, but we'll see how that goes. I wouldn't hate to see a Nautilus locked in here. I think engaged supports are slowly starting.
We're so back. We're so back. Give me Nautilus. It's so. Listen, here's the thing, okay? If you don't have an AD carry that can support it, if you have, say, like a hyperscaler, you got the Jinx, you got the Sivir, and you lock Nautilus into Nami, you're having a bad time because you can never go in and Nami just bullies you, and it's really funny. You can play Electrocute Nami into that lane, and it's actually just miserable for the other support. But Toplop and Snaker have got themselves an Ezreal down there, and that guy certainly can follow up pretty early on. Essentially, as soon as he gets his sheen, he becomes like a real champion if he needs to be, and that means you can punish that combo there from Trigger and Curry pretty hard. The Nami has to invest a lot. She is a solid disengager, but she needs to hit that bubble, and then when it comes, when the Aqua Prison isn't enough, you have to invest your ultimate to disengage, whereas the engage is a lot simpler for Leviathan, and I am glad to see a Nautilus. I think we have lots of good options as to how engage supports can still play in a meta that has been mostly dominated by enchanters.
No, absolutely. And I think we're starting to see, again, just a little bit more of that. Yesterday in NACL, we saw Alistar into Nautilus. It's like, the good old days, right? It's like a warm blanket, what we saw in those bottom lanes. Yeah, and I mean, these low engage compositions, right? It's something you got to make up for that engage elsewhere. And if you don't do it correctly, you could be really, really punished. You can have just a terrible, terrible time. When banned away makes me think we're going to see a tank for Robo up in the top lane. And taking the Renekton into it, all of a sudden it gets a little bit trickier. Renekton famously, a solid pick into tanks. But the Gnar and the Victor taken away as well. Yeah, I mean, the Gnar ban, that screams Renekton, and then the Gwen ban, that screams a tank. So wouldn't be surprised if we saw that. Or maybe do you just pivot and just try to kind of take a page out of the book you had in game one, which is just we're simply going to overload you with damage and skirmishing in the mid game. That will not be the case. I mean, I guess you could still try to do that, but Sion.
Yeah, Sion, this is a guy right here. Continuing on theme of how our broadcast has gone today, this is one of the ARAM Mayhem GOATs of all time.
Yes.
You put Stackosaurus on a guy that already stacks 1 billion stacks worth of health. My God. He does funny things with Soul Furnace. And he still has the opportunity to do that here on the Rift today. Because, like you said, Renekton, famously a pretty solid pick into tanks, but also famously pretty garbito after about 20 minutes, as he's not gonna really contribute much. He's gonna go and he's gonna get his stun. He's gonna call it yeoman's work. Whereas the Scion's just gonna keep getting tougher and tougher to deal with as the game goes on. And I am wondering, come late game, with this Zoe in the mid lane, which is 06, by the way. Can we stop picking Zoe?
I was gonna say, I was gonna point that out after you were done.
Who deals with the Scion in the late game 4x4? I must ask.
It's got to be Ezreal, right? It has to be, right? Once you get that Cyrilda's going, or the LDR, but probably the Cyrilda's. It's usually the pen item that Ezreal builds. But yeah, dude, I mean, this is going to be, it's tricky to deal with that Scion. But look, you have enough damage certainly to take care of everybody else. But in a Scion, it's going to have to be Ezreal just, kind of poking out and maybe just playing around it, right? You've got a very mobile team composition, it has to be said, if you are Leviathan. But will that be enough to play around this Scion? Leviathan, again, if they lose here, their season is over. If they win, then, all right, you're on to game 3, and then the same conditions still apply here. Pain Gaming playing for nothing but pride. They will have fans in the arena. They do have fans in the arena. They pack it out every single week for this team.
Yeah, something to be said. I know the CBLOL arena, not the biggest of venues, but my goodness, anytime that we've gotten audio from there, it's so loud. Those fans are so like, it's such a good environment, and I mean, you can see it in the crowd. Pain Gaming is got plenty of them in the house today, and I mean, it'd be nice for them. It's the last series rather of the season. Regardless, for them, they were out of playoff contention quite a while ago. But for the fans, like we talked about, it's the hope that kills you. But sometimes it's nice to have a little hope. If they can end on a win, would be quite nice for those Pains that not so nice for our LLA brethren in Leviathan and their and their coterie of fans that they have in the arena there.
Yeah, it would be, I mean, this would be, if Lev do lose, this would be a pretty rough way to go out. I mean, you got given the softball of all softballs, like clearly the worst team in the league, not named you guys, and we have done nothing with it so far. In fact, got summarily trounced in game 1. That, like, Wasn't even close. You simply got tonked. You could get some shenanigans here, level 1. Ooh, just barely. Karaoke not able to land the Comet Sphere. I think that's what he threw out there. But yeah. Any new ruins? Let's see.
Nothing particularly silly going on from either team. Looks like we're going to have some pretty standard. There's nothing that says it can't be an AP Ezreal.
This is true.
They did buff it.
Yep. Those AP ratios, I think from on the, I don't know if it was the Q or the W, went from 40 to 90. That is quite the huge ratio.
It was on the Q and the W. It went from 15% to 40% on the Q, and from 70 to 90 scaling to 90 flat on the W.
Hell yeah.
And from 90 to 110 on his R.
All right. So again, it very well could be. I would say it's a bad idea in this scenario because that's just too much magic damage. But hey, in another life, maybe as Enga taking the ignite here. As a summoner spell, obviously with Zoe, because of her W, you have a little more freedom as to what sort of summoner spells you can take. But, you see on the left there for any fantasy enjoyers, potential 36 points for Trigger. Only 56 people chose Trigger to play, had him and chose him to play
56
Lucian, so.
Total people chose him to play Lucian. Those people are profiting majorly. My goodness.
Yeah, I was gonna say if any of those are in the chat right now, holla at your boy. I'm gonna hit up the gas station a little later today, buy a lottery ticket, and you can have some of the winnings if you help me choose my winning numbers. Karaoke, gonna go in here, Snaker and Toplop on the wrong side of the train tracks. First blood, easy as you like for Karaoke.
And now we have an issue. We talked about when you have the Ezreal and the Nautilus, you can actually try and move it and punish that Nami, but you can't do so if you're getting level 3 ganked. Very aggressive play by Karaoke, but very smart to respond to the early pressure. Nautilus wants to go in early, wants to cause problems at level 2, and good response there from the Pain Gaming jungler to be in the position, catches them, like you said, on the wrong side of the train tracks, and here comes a freight train moving in. But answered back in the top lane under the tower. Devlis just kind of giving it to Robo, and we said this is a good pick in the tanks. The question is, how far can Robo afford to fall behind? Before that works there. In the this is what I want to see. I missed the gank pathing and how Karaoke got there.
Blew the flash for that. Thank goodness Karaoke got something out of that, because that is the type of thing that if you just saw that just in isolation, you just start screaming.
But yeah, because he takes a very long gank pathway, bypasses that early ward. I don't know. I think Pain Gaming may have had that mark, so he knows that they have the ward there, bypasses around it, and so Leviathan is like, oh well, their jungler's not gonna. Surely their jungler doesn't gank at level 3. That guy needs his ultimate to get his armor pen.
It's 2026. We're not ganking at level 3.
And Karaoke, he said, I've been around Pain Gaming a long time. We gank at level 3.
Mm-hmm. I remember the Elden ways. You don't teach me about the Elden ways.
Don't cite the old magic to me, witch.
Exactly.
I was there when it was written.
Karaoke up immediately here. 1-0 Robo. Gonna grab himself the Bramble Vest, so all of a sudden these trades getting a little bit trickier for Devist, but hey, you found your little window before you grabbed that accursed item. You got yourself that early kill. So like you said, responded back, in a big way. As Devist has to be that engine, that bridge to get you into the late game. And that question still lingers, right? Snaker, he's the only one that can deal with Robo. As far as who's going to be a tank shredder. Your traditional AD carry, Snaker, taking recognizing the L, recognizing the not the immense trading power that he has potentially, and just going to take the call, cash that in a little bit later. So opting out of the lane here early. Again, I think putting more onus on Devist, but also just on the rest of the map to hold it down, play safe, right? Don't and on the bottom lane as well, because if you let Trigger and Curry get rolling, this Nami Corki is going to be very, very just offensive to deal with in the late game. Karaoke, or you don't need level 60 because you can just catch people just playing too far forward in their lanes.
Yeah, and he's kind of smartly positioning himself with his passive. He's using the E as he walks into lanes. And if you guys don't know, the empowered Dauntless Shield for the empowered E there for the Pantheon gives him a slight move speed boost once it ends. And so he's just trying to play around these margins. It's very aggressive as far as an early game goes. And in the top lane, speaking of aggressive,
yeah.
We're kind of getting a very different makeup, I think, than the last game where we were 11 minutes in and no blood had been shed. We now have 2 kills the first 5 minutes and people continuously scrapping for more.
Yeah, and Devist, I mean, immediately once he popped the ultimate, Robo, I'm a little surprised because I thought Robo, that wasn't a death sentence for Robo, but look, these are pro players. I know a lot more about these matchups than me. I'm a little bit surprised. Zenga just going to playfully get in, take a little chunk out of Kaine. Bookie finally hitting level 6. Carioca just about to hit level 6. So Bookie doing a very good job of, I mean, wow, he's up 20 CS. My goodness, that's almost a full clear.
Yeah. And that's the kind of the downside of Carioca's been paying a lot of attention to the map, more so than you usually see from a Pantheon. And that's because this Pantheon doesn't have necessarily the strongest of clears as far as, non-tank junglers go. His clear is fine because he is, an offensive style champion, but it's not exceptionally quick or anything. And so you see a lot of Pantheons spend pretty much the first 6 levels just in their jungle, farming up because you get such a massive power spike. When they added that armor penetration to that ultimate, it's now just a passive that a couple of the fighters have effectively picked up. Ambessa, you see, has it. I believe Zahen might have something like that as well, where they have this armor penetration as a kind of passive on their...
Zahen and Ambessa both do, yeah.
As just a passive on their ultimate because of how tanky a lot of not only the champions but also the jungle monsters have gotten to kind of offset that. And so usually you see that kind of farming up. You can catch people off guard with how strong it is as well, because you see a Pantheon in the mid lane and you're like, that's not a champ where that champion has played anymore. And then he's level 6 and he 2-shots you and you're like, oh. So he's gonna be real strong now, but that's usually why they're farming and not fighting.
Yeah, and that is just very common for a lot of the junglers that we're picking in the big 2-6, is you get to level 6 and then you start making an impact. It is a bit of a farm fest, and that's partially why some of these, some of the old magics can catch some people off guard. They're just not expecting it. But look, it's paid off dividends so far for Carioca. Leviathan have responded, like we said, with the kill in the top lane, but also the first dragon that went over to Bookie pretty much uncontested. A couple minutes before that one, before another one spawns, I should say. So, let's see here. Control word dropped in that tri-brush. It's pretty good setup here by Pain around the river, but now going for the all-in there, top lock. Just decides, actually, I'm going to try to take you down with me if I'm going to get hit by this wave. Trigger going forward with the Valkyrie. Doesn't have a ton of damage to be able to pull off that all-in. I think that was maybe just to shove everything in, get them under tower, and take a recall, it seems like. And Carioca shading just in case.
Yeah, they have good positioning on those control words, so Carioca is never really threatening a dive here. And that allows Leviathan to get another neutral objective. And we saw last game how powerful controlling these neutral objectives can be. It's something I think that's a bit of a holdover from the 2025 meta, when everything was centralized around a certain particular neutral objective.
Yes.
Which, okay, I'll say it. While he was in the game, I was like, guys, I don't see the issue. He's a lot of fun. I like the fights around.
Yeah, it's chaotic. It's fun, right? If you don't know how strong he is, and if you get baited into a bad fight, that's your fault.
And then now that he's gone, I'm like, wow, that was really unhealthy for the game.
Yeah.
Huh? we shouldn't have done that.
I understand why we got rid of that. Well, you know what? Hey, you took a swing. Everybody's playing with it, right? It's not like one team gets an unfair advantage or anything. Man. It did feel a little flippy. And look, that's exciting, but it gets a little old. Like you said, once
it got a little silly. But neutral objectives still kind of the onus, though. That's what they were trying to push with Otacon, was they want teams to fight for these neutral objectives. They don't just want to be like, well, we scale anyway, so who cares about what the hell is a Dragon Soul? What the hell is a Baron? I don't care. So now teams still incentivized to fight for these neutral objectives, even without Otacon here. And we saw at the last game how strong controlling them can be. And Leviathan off to a good start, getting the first dragon, getting 3 grubs. And that's essentially the start, right? We talked about this for Pain Gaming before Trigger got the triple kill. Was, hey, they don't have a huge gold lead, but they have the tempo lead. They're out positioning on the map, and they have the neutral objectives. So that is where it starts.
Yep, so far so good. for them as far as the neutral objectives are concerned, and Pain Gaming dominated those in game one. Leviathan playing a much closer game in this one. Yeah, Bren, we don't have the 0-0 at 11 minutes, but we do get the 1-1 at 11 minutes. So it turned out to not be that much more exciting, unfortunately. As Robo all of a sudden getting a lot healthier in these trades with the Bombing Center, with the Chain Vest. All of a sudden, a lot tougher to deal with. Both those, actually, no, just Devis has the TP. So if they want to get themselves down here, should a fight break out, Bookie just in range enough to go for a Smite Steal. Kind of standing on a ward, but looking for a potential way into this fight. It's a 4v3. Pain Gaming have the advantage. Tidal Wave going to barely hit all three. True Shot Barrage going back. Bookie goes screaming in. Still no TP, but Anga on the other side trying to get into the fight himself. Still no blood spill. Top Lop does go down eventually. Karaoke takes Snaker out of the fight, just zoning him off that. Still no one joining in here. Anga going to use his actual big boy flash to get out of dodge. Devist very low in the top lane. So after all that, it's a 2-for-1. Pain Gaming come out on top and, of course, secure the dragon.
It's kind of an interesting decision there for me. I kind of don't really understand what Leviathan's end goal is.
Oh no, Devist.
Speaking of not understanding, Devist, my man, you gotta know your health ranges. You gotta know you cannot die to that tower.
No, if he had more health, I understand it, but that was dude. Look at the Scion's items, brother. It is too much.
If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bike 4x4.
That is now the second time ever I have heard that expression, and they've both been in the last 7 days. Very good. But both from Midwesterners, so I think there's something there.
As we see this fight here, I think once you've determined, hey, we're not getting the dragon, we have to pull off. If we're not going to have Devis TP, I think Leviathan was counting on a Devis TP down. They didn't get it, and now Pain is just
instead they got
dominating the map.
They got a Devis terrible decision in the top lane. Not only did they not get the TP, they got
now Enga's dead, and it's barely a footnote, and it's man.
And Pain Gaming all of a sudden have swung the gold lead, man.
Our decision to fight there, we're much weaker at this stage of the game. I think if you are Leviathan's comp. And yeah, here it is. Just gets caught. Really good Aqua Prison there to pick up that kill, must be said. Curry, I think there were some questions this week on the podcast. Is Curry good, or was he just had synergy with Titan, and Titan was good? But Curry is pretty good.
That's the frustrating part. Look, I think it was look, we know he's good. We've seen it, right? And yeah, look, when you're with Titan, obviously you're gonna look better. And when Titan's with Curry, he's gonna look better. But just some stinkers for him in the CBLOL. I think that the shock has been where it was because such high highs from Curry originally, right? And when paired with Titan, it was no, this is, you may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. This is, the pure essence of what bottom lane gaming should be. It was a treat to watch, man, especially in Brazil when we've got some freaking lunatics in the AD carry role. And we just haven't seen that so far this split. Curry maybe a little checked out. I don't know. I'm playing amateur psychologist here, but hey, that's what we do on the unofficial English broadcast here. But either way, Pain Gaming in a much healthier spot now. Gold lead did diminish just a little bit from the time I started my run on Sentence. So, but again, just a little bit. Kaine roaming up, buzzword of the day. Roaming up to the top lane. Karaoke very much not roaming, just taking the scenic route. Pops Devist, a killing spree now for Kaine. And talk about someone who has taken a lot of flack from the fans. Kaine now with with 3 kills here early. And Bren, I mean, this almost feels like a similar sort of story here, where yes, the composition's a little bit different, but you've got you've got your carry threat, you've got your eggs in one basket. Just got to get to the market in one piece now.
Yeah, and it was like we said, it was looking good for Leviathan. They had a good control of the neutral objectives. They could have just seeded. It's a Cloud Drake. It's a good Drake. I love Cloud Drake. That's I'm going to let you in on a secret. Everybody talks about how Cloud Drake is really boring. I think it's actually a lot of fun because it incentivizes people to roam and fight way more often because they're faster. But beyond that, it's one Drake. We could have let that go. We should have let that go. We didn't TP down, and instead we dived the tower, and it cost us a lot, and it's put Pain firmly in the driver's seat. You mentioned roaming. You said it's been our buzzword of the day. One of the things I'm not sure that we talked about was it didn't matter in that instance. Everyone has their quests completed. You can see they took it off the board. All the quests are all done. But one of the things you guys do need to be looking out for is that quest rewards, you get passive quest XP. Normally, it's 0.333 XP per second. When you are in your quest lane, it was increased to 1.6 per second. That is now because they have defined the quest lane as now being your entire lane instead of just near your front tower. Oh my, a steal!
Swiped away by Pain Gaming. Karaoke continuing the jungle clinic. He will go down to the Ignite, but Trigger going to get a trade, a kill right back onto the opposing number. Leviathan actually got the upper hand in this one, but Robo wreaking enough havoc. A big shutdown comes in for Anga. A little bit miscommunicated. Robo went in, but everybody else had their backs turned. Can Robo get out of dodge? Anga able to clear space in no time flat with the borrowed flash. Sleepy Trouble Bubble not going to land. Paddle Star coming in from downtown and does absolutely nothing to Robo, even with no magic resist. What are we doing with this champion, dude?
Can I be so honest with you, 404? How many times do I have to watch this league before I stop going, no, I can continue my sentence here. They're surely not going to take this fight. It wouldn't make any sense.
No, that's not.
Of course they're going to take this fight. What am I saying? As I was just like here talking about Quest XP, and Karaoke's like, I want this Rift Herald. It's mine.
That's like what happened. Yeah, just taking another look here. I mean, this actually started off okay for Pain. Look, you got what you came for, but Leviathan walk away the winners.
Yeah, they got what they came for. They got a kill onto the opposing jungler. They just weren't able to take out Top Up. Top Up barely gets away with that extra shielding there. And then Robo, much the same, barely gets... Guys, we were just watching your other fight. Just calm down for a moment. We got to talk about quest rewards, guys.
Won't someone please think of the color casters?
Won't someone please think of the quest rewards? So
Leviathan able to get Pain Gaming able to get a little something on that top side. So they do get that is first brick for them. And again, Pain just playing a much more methodical game. Yeah, it's against Leviathan. Maybe they were the worst team all along. And if Pain win this series, they will not finish last. Leviathan will finish last because of head-to-head.
They are well on their way. They've got this mid lane turret opened up. We talked about neutral objective control being very important. They seed over a dragon, but this is what you do when you say, hey, we're not first to the dragon. We can't get there. You don't sit there and watch the other team do it and then go, okay, the dragon's done. Let's fight. No, we find somewhere else on the map to be something else to accomplish. They opened up that mid lane tower, which means all future dragons, all future barons are going to be a little easier to approach for Pain than they are for Lev.
Making it a lot easier to snowball this lead. It's not quite the lead we saw in... Actually, it's actually pretty similar, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
It's fairly
similar. Mark, yeah. Pain Gaming, if you're a Loud fan in the chat or a Loud fan anywhere, you now find yourself in the unenviable position of rooting for Pain Gaming. Because if Pain Gaming do win this, then Loud make playoffs. Punto final. It's just done because Leviathan will have no way to crash the party. But all of a sudden, I mean, looking ahead a little, Bren, if Pain do hold on to this result, whether they win this game or the next one, Loud all of a sudden becomes like the world's scariest 6th seed.
World's scariest 6th seed. I feel like we've been talking about that of like, they're the standings. If I said something to this effect in the Discord, CBLOL English Discord, by the way, you can join it. We have a link.
Yeah, link is,
we're in there all the time, and we're talking about stuff. And Trajan admitted that he didn't know how to count. It was great. But something I said to the effect
he's an accountant, by the way.
I said if you just look at the standings, it feels kind of normal, except that Fluxu is good.
Yeah.
But if you don't look at the standings and you actually like watch the games, yeah, Loud is feel for a team that is towards the bottom of the table that has a chance to not make playoffs at all, when 75% of the league makes playoffs, they're on like kind of a heater.
Yeah, bit of a tough look, kind of. Doing his best pinball impression here. Karaoke comes screaming in. Separates Bookie from the fight. Toplop is next on the menu. Trigger gets his second kill of the game. Snaker, low-key cranking right now, but takes a little bit too far forward. And the rest of the cavalry shows up. Double kill. Goes over to Trigger. It's a 2-for-0 for Pain Gaming. They're going to get another tower out of it. And another great mid-game from them.
Yeah, we were talking about the lead didn't seem as big, and it was... So I was like, it's actually about the same, because this is what they did last time was... Hey, we're gonna. Oh man, rest in peace, Devast. Yeah, it's not looking good for you, my man.
Curry.
Take it.
When the Nami just walks up to you and presses W on you, that's when you gotta lean back in your chair a little bit, take the 20 seconds you've got in the gray screen, take some deep breaths. You need to reset.
Evaluate some things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Pain understands that they have a lead, and they're playing through that lead the way you should, right? We talked about acceleration, and this is kind of what that looks like. They're being proactive on the map. Kaine saw where his team was and saw who had ultimates up, and obviously we can't hear their comms. I'm not sure how much he necessarily communicated and how much he was just like, nah, I win this, and walked in and pressed R, but that's what you need to do. They have the advantage. They're not waiting for They're not waiting around for Leviathan to like make the mistake. They're capitalizing actively on Leviathan's positioning, on their mistakes. They're not just hoping passively that they will find more angles into to accelerate their lead. They're using their advantage to create a further advantage, and that is what you should be looking to do. So Pain Gaming, a second game in a row, just playing, kind of the way we would expect them to play. And of all the people we have to look at now, I think something to be said about Robo, who, am I seeing that number correctly, has 1,000+ stacks?
Yeah, you are seeing the
Okay,
number correctly.
yeah.
I got nothing to add there. Yeah, he's a bit of a demon right now.
That guy is going to be so difficult to remove. And yeah, Snaker is now at 2 items. And I do like Lethal Tempo Ezreal. He can actually be a bit of a tank shredder. But I genuinely think you kind of, just for the sake of just Robo, to cut through him in fights, might need to even invest in like a Blade of the Ruined King on your Ezreal, which doesn't necessarily feel all the greatest. But man, he's going to be so hard to cut through, come to these team fights. As long as Pain positions well, it's going to be really hard for Lev to find the angle back in.
Yes, it is going to be tricky. Look, I mean, Ezreal, oh my goodness. Goodbye, top lop. He's I mean, he's got to invest in some sort of pen, right? Maybe that Bork, maybe the Cyrildas, maybe both. But I think the bigger worry for Leviathan right now is the game might not last that long, dude.
I don't know that he's getting another item, gang.
No, he very well might not. Another tower goes down. Another one is going to go down right here. Pain Gaming, again, playing just a very surgical mid-game right now. And again, it has to be said that the gap between these two teams, not actually that big. As far as game score, Pain Gaming, in this present moment, actually have won more games in 2026 Split 1 than Leviathan have. And they will come out ahead if they can wrap this one up. And they are in a fantastic position to do so. And look, the offseason questions are going to linger for Pain Gaming, right? Robo's taking a pause in his career. Who do they get? Actually, no, they're going to get Bull. They announced it. So they are going to get Bull for next split. Karioka, does he stick around? Does Samkis come up? Does Samus is now not teamless. He's still under contract with BKS, but again, look at this. Oh, hold on a second. Really good impale there by Bookie, taking Karioka in a really tough spot here, but Robo being a menace in the front line. And if everybody else can just free fire, they're gonna be okay. No one has touched Trigger yet. Devast able to get in there, but he's just gonna get shredded. He can't get onto the AD carry, and like you said in draft, Bren, and he can't get onto the AD carry. You have failed your one mission as a Renekton. They grab themselves their 2 kills. Crucially, they grab the jungler, and now it's Baron time.
It's Baron time indeed, and this is where we kind of saw the game spiral last time. It was already a pretty insurmountable lead in that 7 to 8k range, but once Pain Gaming got the Baron, the game was like just truly unassailable. They were able to get so far forward. Look at that, man. He full combos the guy. The guy only has like components and boots for magic resist, and he does negative damage. I genuinely think Robo healed from getting hit there.
Devis goes down. True Shot Barrage. It's Hail Mary time for Leviathan. Goes over and swiped it away. Enga doing Zoe things. Gets into the pit and swipes the Baron for Leviathan. Has to be said, probably just delaying the inevitable here, but man, what a coup.
It's, the reason it's called a Hail Mary is because sometimes your prayers are answered. Enga doing his best Aaron Rodgers impression, just chucking it downfield, and my God, a receiver caught it.
Yeah, you as a Lions fan, a lot of very unpleasant images just flashed through my head, but yeah.
Sorry about that one.
That's okay. It's the off season. That's okay.
I'll bring for the Packers fans. I'll bring up the Fail Mary next. How do you guys feel about that one?
Oh yeah, we might be back for talk about the replacement referees. Might be back for some more shenanigans here. Speaking of shenanigans,
different league. Speaking of shenanigans,
well, and he's got the smite as his W.
Oh my goodness, they just didn't account for, Zoe can steal smite. And as we come back in, they got another kill. Snaker picked up one.
Yeah, Snaker's got a shutdown now, and he's got a reworked item as well. The hungering, really hungry, the circly swirly item. I'm not gonna remember it right now. Trigger, we're gonna kill on the back end and fighting in this choke point top lap.
We'll talk about it later.
Main gaming, and look, it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. And the name of the item is Endless Hunger. There we go.
Endless Hunger.
Yeah.
So it now grants additional damage or additional ability haste if you're melee. So not particularly useful there for Mr. Ezreal, but it is still the same item effectively for Ezreal. It still gives you the 10% bonus AD to ability haste. And I'll be honest, I don't think they needed to necessarily buff this item. I think it was already really good. The melee champions will certainly appreciate getting that little bit of extra ability haste, but it's super strong. We talked about being able to sustain through fights, or at least being able to use your champion to counter tanks. One of the ways to counter tanks is if you can't damage them fast enough, you can at least out sustain them because you just use their health bar. It's like hitting like Giga Drain on a Blissey, or not even Giga, Leech Life, right? That thing's just a big stack of HP for you to take,
Our health bar, comrade.
Our health bar, exactly. So that's the strategy Snaker has opted to take. Obviously gives him a lot of extra ability haste as well. Very much appreciated if you are the Ezreal. Plenty of damage to go with it. It's a very strong item. And we saw him at least, he picked up some extra gold there. He has a tunneler in the inventory. So Leviathan, not for nothing, are technically up on gold off the Baron power play despite losing, 2 members in the pit. So they're gonna be pretty happy with the way things worked out for them.
Yeah, well, I mean that was looking like the death knell for Leviathan. I mean, literal, like we said, just Hail Mary time, just throwing bodies in, losing members one by one. And look, Painter still up almost 7,000 gold, 12 kills, right? They should not lose this game. I think we're comfortable saying that. That being said, the brunt of the lead is in Robo, right? It's not in just kind of raw, damage or anything like that. So it's going to still rely on good positioning and good team fight play from Robo. Now, he has got 3.5 items. He's got 1,500 stacks on the Soul Furnace. He is monstrous right now. But it's still going to rely on, he's going to have to show up and peel and be a nuisance and still do tank things. But if nothing else, Pain Gaming have themselves, they're in a spot here where, Bren, they can stall this game out, play for a couple more dragons, and play a little bit more of a patient game.
I think they're gonna have to, which speaks to Lev not giving up. They found, it was a narrow margin, but they found that you have to play to your outs. Something I said it earlier. I'm a bit of a Pokemon guy, and something a guy I watch all the time, Wolfie VGC. And anytime he's playing the game, he's like, man, this is how I lose. Because he's so aware of all the pathways his opponent could possibly take to get back into the game that he's thinking about it. He's like, I missed this one secret play that if they possibly thought about it, I would lose. But that's kind of when you're playing at such a high level, you have to be aware of stuff like that. Like, what is if we just play normally, we're going to lose, right? Pain is in the driver's seat. We're going to just fall over and die. What is the possible way that, if you're Pain, what is the possible way Lev could try and get back into this game? To how do we lose this? And if you're Lev, it's like, how do we find a way back in? And the 1%, narrow angle was, well, if, Enga can steal a smite off of, Karaoke and then hop into the dragon or the Baron pit at the right time and smite the Baron. And then we get at least a couple of members out alive with the Baron. And then we can maybe trade even, or at least win maybe some fights. Then possibly we would start to kind of get back into the game. They found they found it. They found that you have to be looking for it, and they found it.
It still need to go right for them, but look, they are well on their way. I'm not gonna say well on their way, but they've taken care of step 1. Now steps 2 through 19 get a little bit tougher.
It's gonna be pretty hard.
still a high degree of execution there, but they've given themselves life at least. And I mean, Pain, with the way they're playing, that could have been a closeout for them. And with the impunity that Robo is now allowed to play with, could have been a lot tougher for Leviathan to survive any sort of siege here. But for now, we're just kind of resetting the map here. Robo caught here as Karaoke going to dive in, just get onto the back line. Immediately, Anga taken out of the fight. Lots of damage coming in onto him. Karaoke does have the GA, so he'll be back if he goes down. Top lap in the back line, just trying to get some CC down, but Trigger able to stay healthy enough to deal out enough damage. Now, kind of going to chase Top lap away from this fight. Snaker and Bookie retreating with their tail tucked between their legs. Pain Gaming still far stronger in this fight.
Yeah, you can see the work that the Endless Hunger is doing for the Ezreal, even with the heal cut on him with the Grievous Wounds. He's able to, sustain up. He was never in danger of dying, but the problem is that he just doesn't do any damage. He cannot cut through this front line. It's just in my notes for game 2. I have in my notes, I have all these different notes about game 1, and here's what happened at this time, and here's what it was important, here's what defined the game. Game 2, I have this full page of notes, and underneath it, instead of any actual good information, it just says who kills Sion.
Yeah. And I think as Pain Gaming are going to walk away with a victory here and eliminate Leviathan from playoffs, the fact that you got 4 items deep and didn't build Cyrilda's, that's criminal, dude. Especially when, like we said, the lead was so big onto this Sion, right? You have to be able to chew through him. He's a big enough hitbox. You can just farm damage off him. But Trigger, 10 kills for him as well, as Robo plays his last game, maybe ever, in the CBLOL, which is kind of wild to think about. I do think he'll be back. He called it a pause, right? Whereas some people have literally, retired and then come back. Robo called it a pause in his career, so I do think he'll be back at some point, probably in 2027. He's got, pretty much every accolade you could want as a CBLOL player. But yeah, it's this is the way they go out. This is the way Leviathan go out. So we've got our 6 playoff teams, Bren, and the only thing we're fighting for now is seeding. The battle for that last top 2 spot is still up. But Pain Gaming giving their fans something to cheer about in this last day of the season.
Something to cheer about, and if it is the last time we see Robo on the CBLOL stage, I do think a player of his caliber, a player of his pedigree, deserves to go out with a win. And
with a couple of really good games.
And a couple of really well played games, It's not just from the team, but from Robo himself. I think if he does, hang up the boots, so to speak, it's nice, at least in my opinion. I like when players go out when it's the time that they feel that they're ready, but not simply because they just can't keep up anymore. And to sort of have two games that were kind of two. The first game, not necessarily Robo-centric, but he did pretty dang good on that Rumble. Had some good plays, and the second game really centralized around like Sion's impossible. He knew it. He was standing in front of the Nexus towers, just eating shots from both Nexus towers, dancing. Like he knew what was up, and what a fun final game, at least for now. So thank you very much, Mr. Robo. It's no matter how I think people feel about him, it's always been fun.
It has been fun. You see the emotion on Robo's face there in that post-game interview. He's got tears in his eyes, grown-ass man like us here. But yeah, I mean, yeah, what a treat it has been to broadcast. If this is the end, I don't think it will be. But it's like I think it was Zlatan that said when he retired, it was like, love me or hate me, you watched, didn't you?
You watched.
Yep. Well, that's nothing else Robo can take that into retirement, a pause, whatever. You see the emotion on his face there. Maybe Robo was actually mulling the old end. Maybe it's just being back in that Pain Gaming shirt where he already had so much success. But either way, we're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we've got a decider potentially. It could end up being the decider for the top 2 for that second seed, but could be our 2 best teams facing off. I think that's what we're going to try to find out. Furia versus Red should be a slapper. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Furia versus Red. Now that we've got our 6 playoff teams, Red has clinched top 2. They've actually clinched first place. They have won the regular split because they are 2 games ahead of everybody else. So it's done in that sense. But we've got 4 teams, 4 that can still get a top 2 seed if things shake out. I'm 4x4. That is SuperBren. And right now we've got Furia versus Red. Furia, let's get that roster up on the screen for you. Just talk through a couple of these teams, right? And just see kind of, talk through what's gone well for them, what hasn't gone well for them. And for Furia, look, it's been kind of a lot of the same. The bottom lane is demonic. The bottom lane is absolutely monstrous. They are the best in Brazil. The jungle and top are solid. And Tuts continues to be the guy who, I mean, I feel like to take an expression that RMC used on the podcast, the weather vane for this team. When Furia are hitting their stride, when they are firing on all cylinders, Tuts is having a good game.
Yeah, I think that's true of quite a few different people in the CBLOL. Is that because they are such impact players, they feel like they are so, I don't want to say fundamental to the team's success. Obviously Tots is fundamental to his team's success, but he's not the only one. But they're kind of like the linchpin. They're the keystone of that arch. When it works for one of them, it's very clear that it works for everybody. But when something else in the arch is failing, a lot of times that keystone's going to fall out as well, and it's going to be real obvious. And Red, to their credit, also a roster that I feel like they have a weather vane, but their weather vane is also just the engine of the team, in my opinion, in Kaze. Because, Kaze, maybe it's just because Red's looked good all split for the most part, but when Kaze's on, this team is on, and the team just kind of seems to work. He's been like our go when we're talking about mid laners that are top of their game, best Brazilian mid laners. We are always talking about Kaze, and so there's going to be a lot on him. Tuts versus Kaze in the mid lane is going to be one hell of a matchup. As we get started in the draft, we see the Xin Zhao, someone we did not see last series, coming out this time.
Tatu loves this type of champion, man. If he's not going to get the Pantheon, he's going to grab himself the Xin Zhao. Seraphine and Lucian taken away. I mean, these high-powered snowbally bot lanes for IU and JoJo. Red Canids do not want to let them get their hands on that at all. Just looking back at some of the history of these two teams in 2026, in the CBLOL Cup, in the first split, not split one, this is split one. The first split, however, was the Cup. And there, we saw not even a circle of suck. Loud just destroyed Red, 6-1 combined in playoffs. And then Red kind of did the same thing to Furia. 5-1 combined in playoffs. A 2-0, then a 3-1. And for Loud, it was a 3-1, then a 3-0 over Red. So these teams have priors against each other, but the rosters, of course, looked pretty different for Red Canids. Most crucially, the jungle and the bottom lane were not the same at all. And the top lane, actually, that roster was FNB and Rebello. And it was not Steps, so it's a new look Red, but man, they have picked up right where they left off. It makes it so hard to make fun of Red for just constantly chopping and changing their roster with seemingly no rhyme or reason. But not only do they just kind of keep on winning, they also just keep on selling players. They had Uzent waiting in the wings, and they loaned him to Loud for what I imagine was a truckload of money, because Loud was not exactly in an advantageous negotiating position, Brent.
Yeah, and hey, that's worked out fairly well for Loud. Uzent is opposite of Frosty in terms of kill participation. Uzent, through his 3 games, 88% KP, which is ridiculous, by the way. And Frosty is bottom of the table in 71.5%, but that's not a detriment to Frosty. That's because Red understands they don't need to centralize around their support. They have a fantastic support, yes, but their whole map is always kind of functioning independently. Everyone on their map seems to, Zin's at the top lane, Kaze in the mid lane, they seem to just be good on their own, and it allows Red to play in a manner that I don't think a lot of teams can match, and it lets them be a lot more flexible with their game plan.
Yeah, Red, they've got an interesting identity. I mean, as the Thanos pick here, not Thanos, well, because it could be a Thanos pick. Trundle is what I meant to say, and I had Thanos in the back of my head. Instead, that jumped into my mouth. But a really good pick into tanks. I think Trundle's just a very good champion in general. I'm biased because I just love playing this champion. Just to run at you, just beat the snot out of you, right click, auto reset, give you the big suck.
To borrow from our producer Dia, he's just gonna beat the beans out of you.
Yeah, as it were. And in this case, it were. It really, really were. Just gonna take all Cassante's resistances and just wallop him. And in the mid lane, it will be the Annie. I know Rudude, I casted with him last weekend. He's got very, very strong opinions on this champion. He hates it. He thinks it's useless and trash. I'm not all the way there, but the champion absolutely has its limits, Bren.
It has its limits, and Annie is, I think, we use the word a lot. It's a weather vane of the mid lane. It kind of tells you where the meta is. If Annie is viable, especially if Annie is good, I feel like Annie will always be viable because the pro play Annie guide is Q a minion, Q a minion, Q a minion, press R, they're dead. But if Annie is good, if she's in an advantaged spot, as we've lost our draft temporarily, unsure what that is, but I'll keep talking about Annie regardless.
I know our producer Dia, I think maybe just pooped himself a little bit. He's like, "Oh God, was it me?" Because he told us beforehand. He's like, "Hey, I'm gonna run something else on the producer computer. There's a chance the stream poops itself. It shouldn't, but there's a chance." No, that was not you, Dia. Feel free to keep doing.
But no, go on your tangent. We can talk about Annie later. We have time, clearly.
For the blackout, when there was a blackout in São Paulo in the middle of a CBLOL day, and we had a delay because of a power outage.
Yes, I think I remember at least watching that and just being like, just kind of like, what do? You all right, I guess, man. Like,
yeah. So I just thought that was funny. I'm just like, and whenever we get like an outage or like an oopsie on the production side, I always, look, the more likely thing is probably someone misclicked and they're gonna, remake draft or whatever.
Remake draft.
Yeah, but I think the blackout was really funny because they had some really heavy weather in São Paulo that time, and But now I'm done with my tangent. We can keep talking about Annie.
Let's talk about Annie, right? So when she's good, I'm not talking viable because, like I said, she always kind of has a niche in that she can like just press R on people. But when she's good, when she's actively like a sought out meta pick, it's usually because mage items are overtuned. She's like just kind of symptomatic of it. Is if Annie is good, it's because it's too easy to just blow people up in the first place because it's all Annie is capable of, not like that's what she provides to the table. It is, everyone knows what Annie does.
Yes,
they get the passive up, they get Tibbers up, they flash R, and if you get out with health after Annie does that, she has effectively accomplished nothing. And so Annie is really only good, she's only a meta pick that is, just kind of this demon when burst is a little too strong or when champions are not durable enough. Otherwise, she's kind of a call-out pick. She functions in a pick comp. She continues, to have value, but she's not some blindable OP that you need to have. So I'm interested to see where it is that they're going to try and slot her into that Furia composition.
Do you think it has anything to do with Enchanter mages? I think of just like, I don't know, like, I mean, not that I think the answer to my question is no, as I thought about it for more than like 2 seconds, like, because you don't have a body back there to peel for, like the likely stun target is that AD carry, right? But, a Nautilus being able to auto attack the Annie isn't going to like save your AD carry, right?
It does more than you think, though. There are a lot of champions that are becoming viable in the mid lane because enchanters are becoming more and more popular. Because here's the thing. Normally, if Annie flashes into your backline, R's your AD carry, there's not necessarily a lot Nautilus can do to stop it. There is some things, right? He can get the knock-up, he can get the hook, maybe the root can help. But if he bombs your AD carry, you still have your Nautilus to engage and go and disrupt elsewhere in the fight. It can prevent worse things from happening. If you have a support back there and Annie finds the little enchanter and Annie finds them both, they're both, because the enchanter's not faring much better than the AD carry is, and that's because the enchanter's probably putting
technically.
It is, you are putting, as an enchanter, you're usually putting all those heals and shields into your AD carries. If the AD carry doesn't make it, what do you provide? If you're low, now you're going to go down as well. So there is some truth to that. Not necessarily as much for Annie, but the mid lane meta actually does quite respond to the support meta. That's kind of something that I have found to be true.
It's like economics. We're talking about what market is responding to what, what commodity is, like the Chinese EVs. That's all anybody's talking about in my business school classes. In a world gripped by an oil crisis, in a world gripped. But yeah, all of a sudden we're talking about Chinese EVs and the market realities there and all sorts of stuff. So I don't know what's going on here as far as the delays. But if it goes too long, then we'll just take it to a break. But I don't know. What do you initial thoughts from, I don't know, maybe just the initial draft you've seen, or just your predictions going into this one, or just the broader kind of power ranking of these two teams? Do you have anything you want to get off your chest about this matchup?
So I think we've talked about how I think you guys brought it on the podcast. Red have kind of historically in the year 2026 had Furia's just eaten Furia's lunch. Furia kind of just does not seem to know what to do to beat these guys, and we talked about Red changing a lot. Perhaps this will give an angle in for Furia, but more so than just okay, obviously I think the best outcome for a competitive playoff is that Furia finally shows they can beat these guys and they have a good series. But Furia, more than anything, need to just establish that they look like they have an identity and a plan. Because I think, especially as of late, we've seen quite a few games where Furia just is like, yeah, we know how to play. Never mind, we give up.
Shoot.
Early, that's all. Or they win the game, they get to Nexus, and then they're like, actually, I don't want to win no more. And then they
it's fun now, a side quest.
So I would like to see Furia, if they pick up a win, I'd like to see them do it somewhat decisively, not get too wrapped up on their own. But even if they can't take out Red, because obviously Red is a very strong team, I'd just like to see them making the correct decisions, even if those decisions are not necessarily game winning. I'd like to see them looking for the right things, because I think Furia just has had a bit of trouble with their decision making recently. They've been kind of lost on the things that we normally consider Furia to be very good at, which is their strong, clean macro gameplay, playing with a lead. Mm-hmm. They have seemed to struggle with, and so I would like to see them clean that up as we're going into the playoffs.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it would make for just a more compelling league, a more compelling playoffs. And even looking ahead to Worlds, where, in case you missed the news, Brazil gets 2 world slots. So let's not F it up, please. You got what you've been clamoring for. Don't go up there and lay an egg. For now, we're going to take it to a quick break. And then when we come back, we will have the rest of this draft. So, they're remaking Pick and Ban is what I see up there on the ticker. So while they do that, we're going to take it to a break. And when they're back, we'll be back. Oh man, so we thought this was going to be, it's probably for the best, because I made obscene gestures and started licking the glass. No, I didn't. Or did I? You'll never know, actually.
You'll never know. I'm interested to see what changed about draft, because as far as I can tell, it looks the same, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the picks certainly look the same. Maybe the ban. I'd be curious to
ban, I think, is where we left off.
See what the Twitterverse is saying. No. No. Usually you'll see a tweet of like, oh, something really controversial happened. But no, Anivia will be locked in here, and then it's looking like a Poppy hover. I do like that we can see the players' screens. I like when the cameras and the production crew down in Brazil do that. Lets me cheat ahead in draft, and that's always fun. It's like being the only kid in the course to actually read the syllabus, so you know what homework is coming up before it happens. And everyone else is like, we have a test next week, and you're like, yeah, dude, it's in the syllabus, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you actually don't say anything because it's a curved class. So any advice
you need everyone else to do work.
Exactly.
It's a zero-sum game, folks.
It really is. Zeri was a champion that got some changes, Bren, and she had been tied to Yumi in the past, and she is again.
Man, Zeri, Yumi, man. All right, so Living
shucks.
Battery, her passive, it's an ability instead of an auto attack when she right clicks, and her Q is an auto attack instead of an ability. She gets a slightly higher range. She has 50 more range on her passive, and the execute threshold is a little higher, with a slightly higher AP ratio. And her burst fire is slightly stronger on its flat damage, slightly worse scaling, and slightly less attack speed to AD conversion. And burst fire is now always a quick cast, so you can't just like hold down the button, I guess. That's a change. Ultra Shock Laser got a big AP ratio buff and a wall crit multiplier nerf. So, guys, AP Zeri is back on the menu. I don't think we're getting it in this game.
Probably not.
I don't think. I don't think we're getting it.
No, especially when you've got Annie for your magic damage. There's a lot of physical damage all around it, though, right? Cassante might do some mixed damage, but by the way, you're not picking the Cassante for the damage. You're picking him for the abduction. But
I mean, yeah.
He is a big body, but also he could just disappear someone if he wanted to.
That's true. No, I mean, that's pretty true.
But yeah, so again, and you know, Redkinids, they've locked number 1. So, and if Furia win here, they have the inside track to the number 2 seed. The other teams that they are fighting for, that they're fighting against, I should say, are all going to play tomorrow. Los Grandes, if they win, then they would need a Furia loss here to be with a shot for number 2. And if Cade win, then if Furia win here, they would tie them for second place. Actually, no, Furia would still take a lead over them because they have the head-to-head over Cade. But this is bad broadcasting. So we're going to talk a little bit more about this game. Yumi, look, we've seen her a little bit, right? She's actually 3-0, as the graphic said, in the CBLOL this split. So, you know, it's not like just crazy pick. But with Zeri being catapulted into the meta, right? Yumi was always the enchanter that she was paired with, because when she's just zip-zapping around everywhere, it's really hard to keep up with her. You know how you keep up with her? Sit on her shoulder.
Just sit on her shoulder. And you know what? I'm going to take my time, talk about bad broadcasting. I want to take my time to talk about a different game, okay?
Hell yeah.
An entirely different video game. Little MOBA called Deadlock from Valve, my friends. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you, they have a character that's like, what if Yumi was a real character instead of just a parasite? And it's pretty cool. The character's called Rem, and you're incentivized to like bounce between people, but you can only sit on them for a limited time. Every time you refresh your bounce, like you jump onto someone, you like heal them over time. It's really neat. Instead, we get to watch Yumi trade back and forth. Guys, I'm gonna say it. I'm the number 1 Yumi hater in North America. I think I genuinely dislike this champ in my bones. But it's good. It's good.
She's got her place in the meta.
It does its job, I guess.
Yeah, it does. Steps. Now going to get in immediately here onto Tuts. Has the W and the Q. No pillar just yet for the boy.
I'm going to be interested to see, like you said, what you do to stick with the Zeri is just to literally stick with the Zeri. And, we talked about one of the issues with enchanters is that if you're too close to your AD carry and your AD carry gets blown up, you're probably going with. The question is, do Red have the tools, to punish that play style? Because now you're not blowing up the Yuumi. The Yuumi obviously is untargetable. Can they blow up a Zeri fast enough to then also punish the Yuumi for that Zeri's positioning? It's gonna be tough to see.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of 2-for-1 that all of a sudden gets a little more viable, right? But yeah, I mean that's the way this composition wants to play. It's a lot of burst damage for the side of Furia, but then on the side of Red, it is not a lot of burst damage. It is you've got the only bursty part about it is the poke coming from the Comet Varus. Again, probably going to be a lethality Varus given the Comet, but it start out with the Doran's bow, so new item debut, a little bit more rewarding auto attacks, and again, do you pick that just for the lane, or is that, I think that is just kind of it, because, I mean, the Comet, you can't change. The Doran's Blade, or the Doran's Bow, I should say, you can change. You can sell it, famously. But, yeah, I think it will be, lethality Varus into just one tank, so we have seen people kind of be stubborn with this. But, look, eventually, if you can get late enough into the game, even the lethality, right, even the lethality Varus is going to get big enough to where you can shred through a tank. And we also see Gigo with the Doran's Helm. New item alert.
Yeah, new item alert. So Doran's bow, if you haven't seen it, it's a new starter item. You get 6 AD off of it, 12% attack speed, which is quite significant, and 1.5% Omnivamp. It's designed to kind of like let you weave in autos. Speaking of weaving in autos, we have to immediately expend a couple of sums there in the bottom lane, and it's still Morteus coming out on top.
Yeah, and that's part of what they wanted when they decided on Morteus. They said, no, we want someone who you can, and this is what he was for Cade, right? He was just a set it and forget it. We can leave you alone and know that you were going to do your business. Just, he's such a high floor AD carry. The ceiling question, okay, we can have that conversation. But as far as the floor of this AD carry, it's the best of the biz.
Yeah, had a really good trade there. Something that I believe, some people were worried that the Doran's bow would incentivize like no more fighting in the bot lane, no more trades, because it is a little bit more sustained focused. But Morteus is using that extra attack speed, something that you do want even on that lethality Varus, because early game, even when you're not investing into AP, those extra blight stacks before you drop an ability on someone's head, gonna provide a lot of that extra damage, allow you to trade a lot stronger. Meanwhile, we talked also about the Doran's Helm. It's essentially, it gives a tanks a new option that isn't the Doran shield. The shield, obviously meant around sustaining through a lane, but a lot of that's a pretty uninteractive playstyle. Like, it's gotten a lot of nerfs because it's just not a lot of fun to deal with. Doran's Helm instead is like, hey, you want to be a tank? Here's 100 health, 10 armor, 10 magic resist, and you get 5 extra damage against minions to help you farm a little bit since you don't do any damage. And so it allows you to, like, if you're a champion that's like, hey, I like having those early resistances, I want to be, dealing with damage and then trading it back rather than just sustaining and hoping that I survive the lane, you now have that option. And so that makes a lot of sense for K'Sante into this Rumble lane, pick up those extra resistances, get that early magic resistance going. You see, he already has a null magic mantle. And so the Negatron cloak, sorry. And he's going to be trying to just not take damage from Zinz and hopefully be able to trade back some damage of his own.
Steps showing up. Another flash burn there, this time from IU. He burned his cleanse earlier, like you pointed out, Bren. But Tatu, meanwhile, just having a good time in the Dragon Pit with his with the first objective. Should be able to take it there. Surely he doesn't die to the dragon. He's got a smile. There we go. But now the surprise gang comes in with the Headbutt Pillar, lesser known cousin of the Headbutt Pulverize, able to get first blood there, 4 steps.
Yeah, and kind of a great play there from Red. They didn't have the vision, but they are going to be able to execute the dive. Can they get the cat?
There we go.
They do pick it up.
Oh,
now
no.
It's Hatu. They do trade 1 for 1, but hey, Jojo getting that isn't all that bad.
No.
The stun is up. I think they're going to trade 2 for 2, which is not the ideal. Red overstep a little bit.
Yeah, ever so slightly. I mean, I understand going back in for the Yuumi. I think you kind of have to do that, right? Morteus took the aggro. It was well done. But you know that Tatu is right there, right? You saw him take the dragon. You saw it. It came up on your heads-up display, so no excuses for that. And Tuts left the lane and came down to help.
Yeah. They definitely weren't counting on that Toots roam,
No.
but you know, we've talked about roaming has been our watchword today, and so early on, a lot of people have been disincentivized from roaming because of the way that your quest works. Once you leave your lane, you get passive XP on your quest. Oh, we might not have time to talk about that. As we have to burn another cleanse. IU having to use another spell to get away, but yeah, you get passive XP on your quest, and that is increased massively, about 5-fold, while you are in your quest lane. So you're heavily disincentivized from leaving, but now there is a new change. It essentially stacks up. You bank time while you stay in your quest lane consecutively, and then when you leave your quest lane, you still get that increased passive XP as if you were still there. So for a short roam like that, you see that Toots is able to roam down, do what he needs to do, go back to his lane, and there's no punishment in terms of his quest progression. He's not going to fall behind just because he chose to help out his bot lane.
Yeah, and that's good. I mean, again, like a lot of these changes in the past, 18 months were to incentivize more fighting, right? From Atakan to turret plating to, fun detected, the in the top lane. Like, it's to incentivize fighting in a very structured way, right? And incentivize action, incentivize, more decision trees, essentially, if nothing else. In the early game, and I think it has accomplished that so far. Yeah, Tut's having a really good impact early on. Anivia, you've hit level 6, but you don't have that early damage, right? You sack off a lot of the early game as this champion. But you do have wave clear. You just press R over a wave, and it just sort of disappears. You can just, constantly just plug someone under tower. Be able to potentially match those roams, so something I'm watching for Kaze. A little surprised he wasn't able to do there. Maybe he just didn't want to. Maybe opted to, said, "Oh, surely you guys get away, and we don't have anything to worry about. I'm gonna do my thing here." Q almost lands on the Tuts there. First objective was taken by Furia, like we said. Now the On My Way ping's coming in towards that top river. As Steps wants to get the party started. Well, someone wants to get the party started for those grubs.
The grubs, the next objective up. And, I'm surprised Tatu got so low while fighting that dragon. They didn't have vision, so they didn't know how low he was. But I wouldn't be surprised if part of Red's decision-making there when they went for that dive was, well, if he's taking that dragon solo, like, we haven't seen him on the map for a while. If he's probably pretty low. There's no way he can fight. And he got so much healing from the honey fruit, and he was like, no, I'm fine.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty remarkable. I was a little surprised at the impact he had there as well. Yeah, look, I mean, he's on his day, he's the best jungler and the best player in Brazil, and he's certainly dealt with that pressure pretty well, all things considered, being like the mascot effectively of this region and the great hope. Trash talking at America's Cup, maybe forcing Riot's hand for 2 world slots, who knows? But yeah, Gigo gonna go all out here. Zints to get decent damage down. Those junglers meet up and decide that we are not going to do this. Frosty potentially going for the all-in here. Ultra Shock, or the Lightning Crash goes down from the Zeri. Now the final chapter being read out there by Jojo. Should be enough. It will not be. Morteus gets the stacks on him and just rips right through that last chunk of his health bar. A kill goes over to the Red Knids AD carry.
Yeah, and that's that burst-focused lethality Varus. You kind of think you're safe, you kind of think you're fine until you aren't. It takes a huge chunk off of IU's health bar. But now a bit of an overstep from Zinz to the top lane. Yeah, he flashes away.
Man.
Just barely.
Pillar goes up trying to catch Gigo, but will not suffice. Does have the subjugate, does Steps. So if he caught him with the pillar, maybe you go for the all-in there. Nice headbutt by Frosty, but Tatu, unbothered. He's got a cat nearby. He's got Tuts nearby. Will be just fine as this one plays out. Jojo doing a little more babysitting than maybe he bargained for. Steps gets the pillar down and forces the flash out of Tuts.
Steps' pillars have been really good. And we saw there, I think you had talked about, I wonder if we'll get this new Deathfire rune onto the Anivia, because it seems like, yeah, she just drops passive damage over a team fight, kind of is constantly applying it. She should get good damage from that, but has opted to stick with the electrocute. And I think we kind of saw why there. How's it able to get like good chunks out of people, take good little trades. And even though he's not like an assassin, he's not going to blow them up instantly. It made them in a range where Tuts can't just walk away from that pillar. He'll take too much damage, and now he has no flash. He's vulnerable to the regank.
Yep. If this is the first gank was the alley, and this is the oop. Kaze gonna grab the kill, go down the exhaust just to be sure there. Did someone exhausted him? Right? No, maybe it wasn't exhaust.
No,
Maybe
no,
it was-
no exhaust on the side of red.
no? Okay, well. I mean,
Oh, actually, wait, no, spellbook. Summoner spellbook.
All right, cool. I don't feel as dumb anymore.
I was like, are we crazy? No. The 4i4 knows what he's talking about. He's paying attention. At least one of us is.
Yeah. Good start here for red. Oh, Gigo. The Q3 off. That was a bold place to burn the flash. I don't know how I feel about that. But actually, no, there is no but. You got nothing out of that.
Yeah, you got nothing out of that, but I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, Gigo. He just flashed in and hit the Q3, and I was like, okay, he's saucy with it. He's gonna try and like make something happen here, and then he didn't make anything happen. And so, okay, I guess.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Kanye. Very cool.
Kanye, very cool. Yeah. Gigo, ultimately really not really getting much out of it. But yeah, hey, sometimes you get antsy, you get a little bored.
Right? Yeah, exactly. True. As we get into the mid game here, up about 2,000 gold are red Knids, and look, Steps. He's on a really good pace right now, up 1,000 gold over Tatu. As Gigo, he's the one to that first item over his counterpart. Now the one in the bottom lane has hit their big item, but Ayu going down early here, him and Jojo. Excuse me, not having the best time in the bottom lane, but this champion is nutty, right? And with Tuts on the ante, look, she does one thing, but if she accomplishes that goal, like we were saying, it can have devastating effect. We'll see if that second item or that third item maybe is an Edge of Night for Morteus eventually to counteract the Flash Bear stun. I wouldn't hate that personally, because I mean you are kind of the only target that Andy's gonna be able to 100 to 0. Maybe Zinth, but I don't know, the Leandries, and you get kind of just with the items that Rumble likes to build, you do get some health. You do get the ability to not be one shot. So those are things I'm looking for. But I think maybe we're looking just for the next big breakpoint to fight. Herald going to be up in another minute here, but it feels like there are a couple item breakpoints that these guys want to hit before we do that.
Yeah, the Herald will be up, and I think it's going to come down a lot more about the map pressure and positioning rather than the fighting. But immediately proving me wrong. There's some fighting right now.
Hang on a second. We've got a 3v3 here. Final chapter being read out. Kaze on the board here. No combat damage, no problem. He's got that row, and he's making the most of it. But the shutdown comes in onto Steps in the hands of Tatu. And now Red in some more trouble here. The egg goes down and will be cracked. Another kill goes over to Furia, and this time over to Ayu. And a shutdown at that. Furia in an all right spot here. But Mortea's getting some one-on-one time with that mid-tier 2. And the bottom lane, Zinth, getting some alone time there.
Yeah, I think Toots was confident to step up, get that stun down, uses Tibbers even because he knows where his team is positioned. But Red said, hey, he just used Tibbers. He just used his passive, and we did not lose 3/4 of our health bar. We have to punish that, right? That's what you do to the Annie. If you don't die to the Tibbers, it's time to counterattack. It's time to punish, because what does the Annie do once it's down? They commit to it. They do find Toots, but it does leave them vulnerable to the fight afterwards. Oh, again, we're fighting for the Rift Herald.
You get another scrap here as Jungler on Jungler crime committed one more time, and Furia just a couple of sloppy positioning mistakes here to give Red all the gold that they got. Well, not all of it, but a good chunk of it that they lost in that fight up top right back. And they got themselves that neutral objective again, Bren. And look, up 2 towers to 0. Red just in a lot more control in this one.
Yeah, the map positioning has been much better. They've been kind of just around the map kind of constantly. It feels like Steps is omnipresent. Look at the farm there in the jungle. The only person who has not completed their role quest is Tatu, and that's because Steps is kind of farm mogging him right now. Up 30, 40 farm, and a couple of towers to boot. Plenty of good to go around for Red Knids, but maybe Furia's trying to strike back.
Yeah,
find one.
Bit of an overstay there. They got the tower they came for, but the stun not going to land, but the flash over the wall should be enough here. Frosty going to take the blast code just for himself. Tibbers will follow him, but not able to get exactly what they wanted out of that. So, a couple of leads being thrown back and forth, but look, at the end of the day, Red's still up 4,000 gold. But Furia not going down without a fight. Recognizing, look, there are these little windows that we can fight in, and we're going to get ours before, while you get yours.
Yeah, they're at least, like I said, playing to and out. They're finding something that they can do. Yes, they're down gold, but they are not giving up the kill score, still remaining even. And Furia now looking to make something happen. The Infernal Dragon is up. This gives them a lot of extra damage, and he becomes kind of the menace when you're just adding on percent increases to that AP. That Tibbers gets much, much stronger. The Dragon goes down 4x4, but I think a fight is brewing. Furia don't want it, but they are spotted out. I wonder if Red are going to force this.
Let's see. Maybe just looking for a pick if they can find it. But yeah, Steps wasn't anywhere near that, and he is their strongest member right now. Kaze rapidly approaching that, though. Once that Roa hits 10 stacks, once that Archangels comes in, then all of a sudden we're going to have issues. But for now, yeah, just walking away with that Dragon. So Furia, yeah, just kind of taking care of things in their own right. But this Goldie's been sitting at about high 3s, low 4s for about 6 or 7 minutes now. And really not a ton to write home about if you are Furia, except for, yeah, you got a couple of these neutral objectives. Congratulations. See, the total gold there, aside from IU, is completely dominated by Red Canids players.
Yeah, Red Canids, like we said, even with the kill score close, they've mostly just been controlling the map. The neutral objectives feel somewhat close, right? We have 2 dragons versus a dragon and a Grubs and a Rift Herald, and you're like, okay, that's not that bad. But then you realize Red have not given up a tower yet. All 3 outer turrets still stand, and all of them have multiple plates, mind you, 4x4. There is a lot of structure-based gold that Furia have not been able to touch, and that is where a big amount of this gold lead is coming from Red Canids. And because they're controlling the map so well, it's difficult for Furia to continue to push in. They can't overload a side lane. They can't go and try and get, at least, we'll get a tower as consolation, because even if it's only one member, say, of Red on the side lanes, what are they? They're a Rumble and an Anivia. We already talked about how quickly these guys eat waves.
Yeah, they just gobble them up, like you were saying. It is much trickier to go against them. I mean, yeah, you're just looking for picks, right? You're looking for, send Tuts and Gigo in a lane, send Tuts and Tatu into a lane. You've got to overload something to try to get that. But Red, not giving them any windows to do that. The lane's been pushed up here, right, as they kind of converge around these tier 2s. Top lane, it's just a tier 3 standing. Red have played this mid game out very academically, I'd say. Really not taking many risks, aside from maybe that top lane tier 2 crash, right? They got punished a little bit for that. But now, we don't know overextension that Red are going to try, or we're going to try to punish again. Kaze locked up here. They say, you know what, friend? You've served your purpose. If we get out of here with just one, they're going to be okay. Zin's burned the TP, though.
Yeah, lots of resources used there. You see the lightning crash comes down. The final chapter gets Red out. A TP used from Zin's on the other side. So quite a bit of response to that play. But I think, Gigo.
Yeah, Gigo's still going forward here. And he will pay for it with his life. It's just a matter of who gets the kill onto him. And if Frosty dies first, they take the blast cone over, do Zimson steps. Zin's able to grab his first kill of the game.
Gigo had no choice but to walk forward. It was another fantastic pillar from steps.
Yeah.
This guy is just been on it from this trundle, and they find the pick, but more than the pick, they squeeze Gigo into the wall, and he can't walk backwards. He cannot retreat, and he does critically not have the ability to flash back. And so he has to ascend. He has to go forward. He has to keep fighting. They're able to find a pick back. We talked about how good their composition is when it comes to picks. Though for all his faults, Gigo had a good moment there earlier. The reason Kaze got kind of cast away is Kaze dropped his wall as Anivia and was like, "Go ahead and try and chase me. You'll never get past this wall." Gigo hits Q3. It just barely pops Kaze back over his own wall, and all of Furia says, "Oh, we might be able to get past the wall, but neither can you."
Yeah, exactly. All right, we will not go, but you know where you're going. You're going to be fed to the Titans. You're on the other side of the wall.
as who's Aaron Yeager in this analogy?
Say, yeah, I mean, maybe he is Kaze, because he does kind of have a couple
he gets eaten in season 1. So true. Kaze is gonna come back, and now he's gonna be the main character. We'll have to see. We're kind of waiting for this next big fight. Furia does not have the capability of pushing out this map. Still has no towers. Still doesn't really have the ability to go forward in any safe capacity. The map is very dark for them, as you can see.
Yeah.
And so they have to kind of wait and find a place to just fight Furia, because they need Furia to lose some members before they can make something happen on the map. This tier 2 might be it. Otherwise, it's the dragon in 20 seconds. That is the next big spot they can fight. Finally, Toots on the cross map, going to maybe find something, but they're going to pay for it with their mid tower as well.
And if not now, then very, very shortly. Yeah, I mean, the setup is all about this dragon, right? Making sure that Furia don't find themselves on soul point. Get a little extra combat power. That top lane tier 1 finally falling. That'll be Furia's first tower of the game. In a game that feels like it's gone a lot longer than 20 minutes, it has to be said. But that is the mark we are still at. Kaze does not get punished. And his team grabs the dragon. So if Red's still in the driver's seat, trading that tower for, well, a tower and a dragon. Maybe 2 towers and a dragon. We shall see here. But this is a pretty clinical mid game being played out by Red. But it has to be said, Furia still doing an all right job. I mean, they're not hemorrhaging gold, right? So, is that a win, or is this, is this just going to be too much to overcome? I mean, there is still a ton of damage. You have a better scaling AD carry and just consistent damage threat if you're Furia. Is that enough in these fights? I mean, because they've shown that in a 5v5, in a slightly unlevel 5v5, Furia can still come out on top. They have a ton of damage.
They have the damage, and is it a good thing to sit there and bleed a little slower? Like we talked about, the lead was about 3K for Pain in those games against Lev, and then all of a sudden it was like 8K. We're not quite getting that, right? Furia is keeping it at least somewhat close. They're keeping themselves in a position to fight back. That might change once this Baron goes down, but I think that I'm of two minds. Just sometimes it's good to stay in the fight and see if you can find your angles back in.
Tatu going to buy himself some time with the Crescent Guard. IU firing over the wall, doing an all right amount of damage, but doesn't have the rest of the squad there. Now Gigo shows up. Now the Lightning Crash comes down. Now he gets the Yumi onto him, and it's all systems go for Furia. Gigo goes all out. Tut's going to back off for now. Did his job as the Annie, or did he? No one's dead, so did he? Skeptics would say no, and everybody calls it off, and we go back to our bases.
Calls it off and resets it. Buy some time for Furia to push out these lanes. But the big thing is that they used a lot of resources there. Almost came up, but because they don't get any death timers, they're not able to take anything around the map for it. No towers, no dragons. The dragon's not up, but no Baron to come with. And so we see this is Tatu goes forward, a great equalizer, but Tatu just skips out on most of it by staying away from Shino. The final chapter keeping him just barely alive, and IU comes over the wall, tries to get a kill, cannot find it. So now we're essentially in the exact same position again.
Yep, we are. That is exactly right. We're in the exact same position, but everybody's coming back with a couple more bits and bobs in their inventory. Crucially, IE for IU right now, and those Fiend Hunter bolts. That item cranks, dude. That item is really strong.
It's crazy because so much of my brain is like, it's only 3 auto attacks. How much can it matter? And then you watch the AD carry pop, something like Azeri, pop R, and then just 3-shot your tank, and you're like...
Or Yunara, right? And just 3-shot, like an AD carry, just like 1, 2, 3 autos, and guess what? You're dead.
Like, that item is good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that item is
and like you said, rightfully pointing out, especially with the IE, that all that damage is going to be massive. The Zeri already has Lightning Crash back up. It is not a particularly long cooldown, and the damage is quite strong. And like you said, they're gonna need IU to be strong, because that's we talked about that's their scaler, right? He scales way stronger than anyone on red, but the rest of the map doesn't necessarily scale very strongly for Furia.
Colorado Tatu's going to get a little bit of healing, pops the Crescent Guard, goes right back in. The rest of the Goon Squad shows up, but a good wall by Kaze. He's at the engage stalled for now. Tut's in some trouble, drops Tibbers onto Steps there, but Steps says, no, I'm going forward, baby. We dropped the pillar on you, and with more help of Morteus, we're going to grab ourselves another kill. And now they've got the numbers advantage going into a potential Baron play? Question mark? No.
Red doesn't need it. They kind of recognize that yes, this game is taking a while, but we're just going to keep choking the life out of them. And sure, IU's going to scale a little harder than Morteus, but it's okay. Morteus. Kaze also scales. Who scales really good? Rumble. That guy's pretty good in the late game. Here's the Rumble build guide, all right? You look at an item. Does it have Haunting Guys in its build path? Build it.
Yeah, real. Yeah, he just grabs
Follow
every
me for
single
more
item.
500 IQ tips. Because late game, Rumble's going to drop R. All his damage over time is going to be like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, okay. And then it's going to hit like 5 seconds of him being in the fight. Everything's going to fully stack, and you're going to explode. It's really nasty. And I think because of the way the map is, because of how much red controls the space, Rumble is actually in an ideal position moving forward because, like I said, he controls the space.
You got to be able to negotiate that space, and Zinz and Kaze and Steps and even Morteus to a degree, right? You got to be careful of that Chains of Corruption when that goes out. Actually have pretty good space control in this composition for Red Canids. Steps and Zinz going to be on that dragon, and now Soul Point is theirs. It's Tatu and company. We've got eyes on this Baron.
Yeah,
they're playing necessarily for it, more for a flip.
Yeah, they know that Steps just finished that dragon, so they are aware of the positioning. They use the Tibbers. It really only gets damage on the Frosty. That's not what you want to see. And meanwhile, their tier 3 is getting besieged, and now it's a 5v5.
Now it's a
about
5v5
to pop off 4v4. I can feel it.
Frosty still got the Unbreakable Will. The Equalizer gets dropped there in the back of the pit. Steps going ape onto Ayu. Wall goes up, going to split the two team fighters, but Tut's taken completely out of the fight. Steps low. Now Tatu going forward. He gets a chunk taken out of him. Ayu gets forward out of the wall. Over the wall he goes, and now back over the wall with the Pop Blossom. Or with the, the Blast Code double kill. Meanwhile,
Ayu's
over
alive.
the Steps. Ayu's still alive. He gets a shutdown, but finally he goes down. Jojo next on the menu. Steps dances on him, literally, and gets a quadra on top of that. And now Red Canids have truly, Bren, blown this game open.
Oh, it was so close. If Ayu had a little more healing or if Steps had a little less, this is a very different team fight. And we're talking about the Ayu quadra kill and how, Furia has blown up Red's lead and they're back into the game. But Steps just so far ahead. Has been playing like a demon all game on this Trundle. You'll see here as the fight gets started, it's a bit fractured. Everyone's going different directions. Toots is over off on the side. Zinz is fighting with him. And that's where the team fight is looking initially good. Ayu's getting good damage down. But when Zinz shows up, look, everyone's in this one cluster. And look at all the damage from that Rumble. It's so much. And just barely. Look at this. Almost Ayu's able to do it, but just not enough.
Almost, man. Almost. And that's, I think, that's just a bit of a wallet diff. I think that's BLZ doing his best Trundle impression, and it's Tucker's getting in on that as well with the Trundle dance impression. Yeah, it's been that kind of game for Steps, man. What a game for him, dude. I mean, he, coming in as a rookie from the LLA as well. So a Spanish-speaking brethren for Kaze. Actually, I'm going to double check, make sure I'm not slandering or misidentifying anybody. Zinz is just dead. He gets caught. Tatu going to get on the board here with another kill, and now maybe that's the go button for them. Frost able to hex flash forward. Gigo is all out. Got to time this very well. There goes the rest of the Goon Squad over the wall with the Blast Cone.
I like their decision to back up there, not give over any free kills. They're up a member right now.
Oh, hang on a second here. Kaze's in trouble. He has to flash away. Last chapter goes out. Frosty just eating all of it, just T-posing. Steps goes forward. And Morteus will find his target. Now Ayu gets over the one. He does decent damage as well with the help of Jojo on his shoulder. Furia able to clean up the fight. Shutdowns everywhere as Furia grab themselves the necessary kills to slingshot them back into spitting distance of this game.
Yeah, all of a sudden the gold lead is only 3.3k across the board, and essentially it's entirely Trundle. Trundle's a 4k lead. He has a bigger lead on his opponent than his team has a total lead. And it's because Furia just had a wonderful fight. Ayu able to pull quite a bit of rabbits out of quite a number of hats. As you can see here, everybody kind of gets... I like the decision. Like I said, the backup, wait for the team to catch up, and then go forward. And Ayu's healing with the Yuumi. This is why we talked about the Yuumi being able to stick with this area. Because look at this. A normal enchanter gets left behind when Zeri crosses that wall to get that kill. But the Yuumi is still there. At least it is traded back by the Varus, able to get that, like we're talking about, that burst damage down. But Really well played fight. Kind of, I think a bit of a misunderstanding of the situation from Red. They did not realize just how strong they would be, or Furia would be in those corridors. But that's because every time they fought in those tight spaces like that, they've had Zints with the Equalizer, with the Flame Spitter, doing so much damage. And when you don't have Zints to control those corridors, all of a sudden, all the bonus damage bouncing around from Zeri becomes very difficult to deal with.
I think that is a really fair shout. I think, yeah, maybe misread the situation. You mentioned that the way to control those hallways, right? Those corridors that so many champions can abuse, and that champions in this composition have the tools to abuse, but not able to execute it there. And all of a sudden, Bren, we've got a ball game here. Steps looking for a pick on a Tuts. Tibbers does go down, but Tuts gets deleted, and I mean deleted. Does drop Tibbers down, and enraged Tibbers is chasing Frosty out of this fight. Ayu gets ripped through by a Q from Morteus. Gigo, not sure if he wants this fight, but they get onto Frosty. No. Ayu gets onto Frosty gets onto Ayu. Excuse me. Boof that. But Infernal Soul will be the reward for Red Canids. So they snap engage here, Bren, and get themselves a kill and a way into this fight, into this pit, and they grab themselves Soul.
It wasn't the cleanest Equalizer from Zints. It did find its targets. It got its damage down. You see just the DOT getting them lower and lower, and then the huge Qs coming through. It just does so much damage. Half of Tuts' health from a single Q from Morteus. You see, as he's going to rip one into Ayu here. Look at the health bar. You have to immediately burn the Yumi ult just to keep Ayu alive. Ayu doesn't clear that wall there. Has to burn the flash to get away. And so I think if Red play that a little cleaner, their reward is not just the Soul, but the entire game, because they were on a nice edge from a couple of extra kills there. That being said, Furia live to fight another day. The gold lead doesn't balloon out of hand. They do lose the Soul, but that means surviving another 5 minutes has the equalizer of all equalizers. Something even better than a Rumble ult. That's the Elder Drake, that execute. If you get that, that can be the answer to your prayers. If you're throwing up Hail Marys, that is, that it could be the answer you need.
See how this one plays out. I mean, the Infernal Soul's certainly going to help out. And Morteus, he's gotten over the hill now, right? He's got the Cerildas. He's got 5 items now in that Serpent's Fang. That's just going to feel so good into this team. He'll do that extra damage on those shielded targets, right? Jojo providing that. Dusk and Dawn there onto Tatu. I just noticed that. Anything you have anything you want to add to that? Because Dusk and Dawn was kind of reworked a little bit as well.
Dusk and Dawn, yeah, it received a minor rework. AP Xin Zhao has received some love as well, and so Xin Zhao's healing actually from his passive increases with AP. In addition, Dusk and Dawn now gives a heal as part of its Spellblade. It does a little less damage. It's no longer the nuclear option that it was for champions like Gwen, but now it is good for sustained fighters. I would say the item is overall stronger, in my opinion. I think the healing is really good.
Certainly feels
but
more
it's
versatile,
now stronger.
Right?
It's stronger for a different class of champions. Exactly. It is no longer just like, hey, you pick it if you have an on hit on your passive that allows you to nuke people. Now you can kind of pick it on a couple of different champions and it will still have a value. Like you said, it's a more versatile item, which is something I very much value. And so I think Tatu's picking up here because he's not providing a carry position anymore. He just needs to stay alive.
But that's certainly going to make it a little trickier, getting half your health bar taken away. That is simply so much shielding. Zints, he's up on the top lane. Going to finally take down, or at least try to, this top lane tier 3. He's got to be careful, though, that he doesn't get jumped on. Tatu taking a pretty efficient route here. Going to get the W onto the jungle camps, and the TP will bail Zints out. Now starting up the Baron here. Maybe Furia not expecting this, but, well, I say that. They definitely knew that was at least an option. Crescent Guard popped. Are they going to go over the wall here? Frosty might join them with the Blast Cone. Steps, doing damage over the wall. Gigo goes over. He goes unstoppable. Goes all out onto Frosty. Gets him into the back line. They're going to rip through him. It might take a while with the Unbreakable Will. Tuts with the Flash Tibbers. Buys himself time with the stopwatch. Last chapter gets read out as well. Tatu goes forward. Gets right back out. Kaze taking a decent amount of damage. Getting chased down by Tibbers. Has to flash away. Not going to tangle with a very pissed off Fire Bear. Kaze over the wall, rips up Tatu, and now, I was going to say that's the go button for the Baron, but maybe they can do it with a jungler and a Morteus. That might be enough, Bren.
Yeah, they should be able to. The extra damage, Steps obviously so fed, he's not going to have any trouble getting through this Baron. The extra damage from Morteus is going to make it much, much simpler. Varus is one of those champions. Even a lethality Varus is very good at ripping through objectives. And that's a costly mistake there from Tatu, who we talked about as kind of being one of the big names, one of the big faces for this league, one of the better junglers on his day, but so far has not been. It has been Steps' day, as he will now put his team onto another Baron power play with another neutral objective one. You saw how perilous that fight was because, man, they were so close at a couple of different points here for both teams completely capitulating. They are able to get, like I said, that kidnap button there onto Frosty, but so hard to actually do damage to an Alistar with ulti. IU here pops the ult, does not find as much value, but still gets good, decent damage down. And it's just, I think Tatu maybe got a little bit too comfortable, steps forward. I think he got hit perhaps by, maybe it was a Morteus Q or something, and then burned to death because of Kaze. And so that's ultimately what cost them that Baron there. And it's because it's part of it's the Crescent Guard. He used it really early, well before the Rumble ulti came out. And so, you're seeing kind of the results of when you choose to use your abilities being very, very costly for some of these members.
5,000 gold lead, and like you sort of pointed out earlier, the gold lead is a bit of a disingenuous way to look at it, but for illustrative purposes, the gold lead is essentially all on Steps. Outside of that, the game is completely even. Now, you could say, oh, well, IU has a 3,000 gold lead, so outside of that, his team is just getting hammered. And you'd be right to say that, but again, that's not really...
It would be.
It's not exactly how I want to look at games of League of Legends, but Morteus, he's well on his way to his 6th item. IU, he's got to have himself a GA and the QSS Silver Sash.
He has the Quicksilver Sash. I imagine that will go into perhaps a Mercurial Scimitar next.
Big TP.
Getting good damage onto Zinz.
Man, Tuts takes 3/4 of his HP bar down. Steps, rip through Tibbers here, but now we've got the Elder Dragon fight. You alluded to it a little while ago. But with a couple ultimates down, Shades of Corruption down as well. Unbreakable down. Tibbers down. Crescent Guard down as well. Able to get back with the Empowered Recall. And the TP in 3, 2, 1. Hopefully, yes, it's got to get there in a hurry. He does. Battle lines drawn at the Elder Dragon. The winner of this one might just walk away with the game.
Equalizer.
Advantage is in Red's favor here. They've got more of the towers taken down. Like you said, Zinz has the equalizer, going to drop it immediately. IU gets taken very low, and he will pop the GA with the lightning crash by breaking out on 2 fronts here. Tuts taken very low, but on the other side, Gigo going to go all out, get onto Kaze, but all those resistances just gets ripped through. Morteus says, all right, you want to drop your resistances? I'm Lethality Varus, fam. I just destroy you. And that is exactly what he did. A scattered fight that looked like maybe a mistake from Zinz ends up paying off beautifully. It's a 5-for-0 ace. They don't need a dragon. They're going for the end.
Yeah, they definitely don't need that Elder. They're more than happy to try and push in, finish this game off. And it's kind of, I think Red kind of recognized that for a while. They haven't played the cleanest of late games. It's gone all the way here to 40 minutes. But they've never committed so hard to a play that they made some massive instant lose mistake. They've given themselves a nice cushion through their early game, and they're going to use that to coast here right at the end. And man, some of those fights were real close 4x4, but ultimately Furia just couldn't get it over the hump.
No, it was close, man. Right? I mean, they brought it back 2-0. Kaze throwing up the predictive scoreline there. As this result would drop Furia, if the result holds, would drop Furia to 4-3. And when you say that out loud, right, you say, oh yeah, Furia went 4-3 the split, you go, ugh. But also, I don't know, like, but the more Furia play, you kind of go, well, yeah, I don't know, it's not the craziest thing in the world, right? Like, they're prone to some clangers, man.
Yeah, they have, my camera wants to remember where I am. They have their moments where they just decide that, no, actually, Furia's not here today. This is a different team, and maybe it's not. Maybe it's starting to it's starting to feel like maybe Furia just is that team, and we loved their MSI performance last year, but is that still Furia?
Yeah, they have been milking that.
Yeah, every split, I feel like we're still asking that question because it's there. Like
it's the same roster.
the spray painted outside veneer is there. It looks real nice, but I feel it feels a lot like a kit car. It looks really nice. Everyone who's seen it goes, oh yeah, that guy has a nice car. But you look underneath, it's actually a 2003 like Nissan Murano.
2026 Furia, the 2003 Nissan Murano of CBLOL. A very niche joke for I guess people that know.
Yeah, quote me on it.
Take it to the bank, kids. All right, we're gonna take it to a quick break. When we come back for you, gonna try to stage a comeback here, but Red with one more win would put together an undefeated split. As far as series are concerned, they did drop one game earlier, but 2-0 would be quite the statement win. So when we come back, we're gonna see if that's the case. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. Potentially last game of the day, but not if we have anything to say about it. We could be headed for 2 more. I am 4x4. That is SuperBren. And a really good, it has to be said, a really good game by Red. Furia, look, they fought, they scrapped, they got back into it. But Red, it never really looked like it was out of their control. Everyone did their job so well. From Morteus just cranking damage on that Varus to Zinz with a gorgeous Rumble ult to end that game off. Everybody just kind of taking care of business. Everyone's doing their job, man. And this is, look, it's better if we have more competitive teams, but Red also just look really, really good.
Yeah, and we only get to send one team to MSI, so if there's gonna be a split between this one and next, where we have one really good team and then everyone else is whatever, I guess I'll take this one, and everyone else can figure it out during the summer split, and we can have a couple of strong contenders, because I would love to see Red go and just start taking a few scalps, because they are a dangerous team. And they can't help themselves but be fun to watch. But they've never at any point looked, I don't want to say they haven't looked sloppy, but they've never looked sloppy to the point of, are we sure these are the guys? I think very consistently throughout the split, it is we know that Red Canids is our strongest team.
Yeah, that's never really been in question. And I think the only thing that would throw it into question is something like if Furia were to reverse sweep them, right? I think the how they did it as we get into draft here would be important too, not just the what, but the how would be important as well. But we shall see. Furia, they've got, look, this game matters, in the sense that, they would get an upper bracket spot, and the upper bracket, to be fair, does give you, I believe, that extra life. Yep. So, no, it just gets you a slot forward. You just start in round 2. So you just have to win 1, 2. You have to win 3 best of 5s instead of potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 best of 5s if you take the longest possible route. So everyone has double elimination. No one starts in the lower bracket, but you do get a bye if you are a top 2 seed, and you get to pick your opponent as well. If you are the 1 seed, I guess.
Which is very helpful, considering we've talked a lot about how this little middle of the pack kind of run has been. There are some teams there that there are certainly some teams in that middle of the pack that you might rather face than Loud, and that just because they're the bottom team doesn't necessarily mean you want to fight them. So it's gonna be interesting. Like this weekend matters a lot. It's something we were talking about is this weekend is going to be exceptionally important for what the playoff picture looks like this series, just as much as the rest of them. And with all these changes, it has been shaping up to be a bit of an insane one. We saw the series last that put Leviathan, the first series win of the season, first series win of the split for Pain Gaming, puts Leviathan out of the playoff picture. And now we have to see if Furia can keep themselves in the top 2 picture. They need a win here. Nocturne picked up against them. They're going to counter by taking away the Orianna. No knock wave on the board for Red Canids. And kind of interested about that decision, because I think Nocturne's better without the Orianna than Orianna is without the Nocturne. What do you feel about that?
Ooh, I don't know if I agree with that. I think Shockwave. Look, Paranoia is still Paranoia, and Nocturne can be a very oppressive early jungler. I think his invade potential is still really good, right? I think it depends on what they draft around the Orianna. If you get a good ball delivery system that can maybe not be a knock wave, but just something to enable that crucial, just potentially game-changing ability in the Shockwave, then I think you can make up for it. But I think they're both really strong for a reason. They've both been essentially pick ban in 2026 for more or less the whole year. Milio gonna be grabbed on the other side. Let's see if the Lucian gets taken. Lucian Nami is still available, so Red Canids, they could grab themselves Lucian Nami for Frosty Morteus,
And that looks that's exactly what we're going to do. They're going to slam down the Lucian Nami. But if I had to guess, if I'm the coaches, if I'm the players drafting for Furia right now, we picked Milio and not the Lucian first, because normally if you pick the Lucian first, now the opponent has to choose. Are they going to give you Nami or are they going to give you Milio? And you just take the other one. By picking the Milio first, they're saying, we actually don't want the Lucian. You can have him. If he falls to us, sure. Okay, we'll take it. But I think Furia has already been considering other options for their AD carry. Yeah, they're going to go with the Caitlyn, which has been an oppressive pick. And with the extra range, into the Lucian, who is a relatively short-range carry himself. This could have been kind of a clever trap in the draft to get Red to go, no, we're gonna go for our Lucian Nami classic, tried and true, and now IU just shoots you from like 700 range, and you don't get to play the game.
Caitlyn is 11-2 in the CBLOL.
Yeah,
that is stunning.
She's pretty good champion.
That is wild. I did not expect it to be that. I mean, I knew she was, better than maybe you'd think, right? Because it's a champion that has, a spread of opinions available on her. Some people really don't like her, but she has obvious strengths and a very obvious weakness, which is that in the mid game, she just really doesn't do a ton. It's a oppressive early game, a really strong late game, especially if Red Canids don't pick any tanks. Now, top and mid lane still open, right? You get Galio, you get Sion, hasn't been picked this series, Cassante off the board because of Fearless, but you could make Caitlyn's life a little bit tougher, and Orianna not exactly a tank shredder either, so we'll see how Red want to counteract this, or if they just go all in on the early game.
I kind of find the bans interesting, right? We're taking away one of those big playmaking AP assassins. The LeBlanc is gone. That's a pick that Kaze obviously can cause a lot of problems on. That'll make Caitlyn's life a little easier, because without the 90 caliber net, Caitlyn does become a bit of a sitting duck, and you've picked an enchanter, so you don't have someone that's guaranteed going to be peeling for that AD carry. So taking away these two AP assassins so that Kaze cannot cause problems in your backline is probably a smart play. We see the last ban coming out for Red. They banned, speaking of those big frontliners, Red can't pick them up because they banned two of them. I mean, obviously one's a jungler, but the other one's a top laner.
Yeah, no, they are taking away, these picks from Kaze, but then Red going to take away a couple of big bodies. And look, it's going to be, Lucian can just rip through you, man, if you are a squishy team, right? I mean, both these AD carries have that if you are picking all squishies, then, or at least no true tank, right? Then your AD carries are going to have a field day. Yeah, very explosive bottom lanes, potentially. Very snowbally bottom lanes. I mean, the game script for this game is probably going to be one of these lanes gets monstrously ahead, and the other one is just doing a traffic cone cosplay. But I hope not, because again, both these AD carries have really, really high ceilings into the compositions that are being drafted right now.
Yeah, and speaking of explosive, we see the next two picks going to be a Pantheon on one side, a Renekton on the other. So neither team opting for, that sort of tank shred. No. We are going, or sorry, not tank shred, but that true frontline. No. We are going to blow up the other team. Mm-hmm. And so I'm interested to see what the pick is for Gigo here, because if they lock in this Rise, which they do, it could be tough for them to remove a true frontliner, because like I said, Lucian is good as long as your composition is squishy. Nocturne gonna have a field day with a bunch of squishies. It would really come down to this: can the Kaze Rise deal with whatever is put on the plate? And the more space you buy for this Caitlyn, the more lethal that late game becomes. What is Furia's plan? Is it the mini Gnar? Is obviously great into the Renekton, and if you play around that rage bar right, that is a frontliner.
Yep. No, absolutely. You are a true bruiser, and you are a true a really thick king. So we're gonna see just how this shakes out. But a lot of win conditions for all these competitions. I think this is a great game too that we're gonna get. I mean, you can play these a lot of different ways, right? Adapt your strategy over the course of the game, etc. And I would say relatively well-rounded compositions for both these teams, right? I mean, you don't have, okay, let's talk engaged in. So I haven't really talked about that. I mean, turn off the lights and send a die buddy in with the Renekton, right? That's kind of your MO if you're Red. But if you are then Furia, you've got a decent ball delivery system, right? And again, it's going to be about playing around that rage bar correctly, right? Because otherwise, look, Gigo, I trust him on the Gnar. He's going to do well in the side lanes, on the mini Gnar. He can duel with the best of them. But maybe the conditions start fights ever so slightly more narrow for Furia. I think it's a little more dependent on Shockwave, but I don't know. What say you as far as starting fights and engage?
Starting fights on their own, just in complete neutral, is going to be pretty tough for Furia. Like I said, you need to set up that Shockwave, but they have lots of small advantages I think they can take in terms of the way they can position on the map. I think especially because they have the Pantheon in the jungle, that allows you to, hey, we're going to start a fight. We're going to, kind of invite the pressure in, and then Pantheon ults behind them. And now they're fighting a two-front war. Or, hey, we know that they have the ability to dive, buddy, engage. We hold the Shockwave, sombrero the two that jump in, because Nocturne is many things, but once he dives in, he is not unkillable. And if you just CC him just right, he's going to have a bad time. So they have the ability to buy space. I think we saw a similar composition from Pain in the first series, where Leviathan had all these options, all these abilities to go in. But, Pain had just enough to kind of survive it and weather that, and they were able to turn around a lot of fights because of that. I think the Milio, again, is a big, crucial piece of that. That ultimate could be the saving grace. So maybe it's not necessarily how does Red engage or how does Furia engage, but rather how does Furia get Red to engage for them and how do they survive?
Yeah, playing these fights patiently, right? Like you said, the Nocturne, very, very, I mean, that is kind of a big sin of a lot of Nocturne drafts. And I've heard, from casters to pro players talk about it. Look, like the Nocturne, if he goes in, right, if you don't kind of dot your I's and cross your T's, this champion after the initial burst, there's not an initial burst, potentially doesn't get the burst off. After the ult, is just a traffic cone. He just doesn't do anything if he just gets CC'd. So it's going to be a little more setup for Red Canids. I would agree with you there. Steps Trundle, only 4 people chose that, by the way, for fantasy enjoyers.
They are cooking, though. 58 points.
Yeah, that is so many points.
That guy was deservedly a bit of a monster last game.
Yep.
As 4x4, we have another new rune alert.
Let's go.
Here in the mid lane, they removed the favorite tool of many a Rise player. Phase Rush is gone. They killed it. And in its place has risen Storm Raider Surge. But it is not Rise who picked up the Phase Rush. No, Rise went with the new Deathfire Touch. It is actually the Orianna who has Storm Raider Surge, and effectively it's kind of like having a bit of a Storm Surge rune. If you deal 25% of a champion's maximum health within 3 seconds, fairly similar to the setup for how Storm Surge works, you get move speed and slow resistance. The slow is 40%, but 75% for ranged champions. It allows ranged champions to kind of really force their way forward into
75% of as we get first blood here in the bottom lane. Morteus just barely able to live through that. Gonna get a little bit of help.
I was reading the patch notes. I look back over at the stream like, all right, it's time to check back in on the video game, and there's a dead Caitlyn.
Percent, not literally 75%. It's 75% of the melee one. They're not trying to make range just monsters. Like that would be
that would be kind of nasty.
There's no way.
No, yeah. All right. Okay, it's not worded well in the.
It's very bad. Kaze just gets a solo kill. All right.
Where is this happening? Red, what's going on? The bottom lane thing I can get, right? They got a gank from steps and Morteus
it's
does a lot of damage.
There's a lot of upfront power.
There's a lot of burst, but Kaze just solo bullet that guy, no?
Yeah. And again, it's the flat.
It's
the same path. It's the same path. But this time, Steps went through the tri-brush, but opted to burn the flash for that. Look, that's a big gamble, right? I mean, you're burning flash, and look, all's well that ends well.
Wow. Yeah. So the Storm Raiders surge. Now that maybe we're not going to be. I think actually we are fighting. Never mind, bro. It's CBLOL. We're so back. Haven't been here in a while, and we're so back.
We're so back. They're saying, welcome back, Bren. Well, okay. We're going to tease you. We're going to keep you waiting.
Hey. Tatu lost half his health because Kaze happened to walk in his direction. And
how dare he?
Top laners are low. Not yet level 6, so we're not going to see the dive from Zinth. No. Yeah, Storm Raider Surge is essentially, it's kind of the play pattern they wanted from Phase Rush, which is Phase Rush became this I'm going to use it to poke and run away and kind of just be annoying and only engage when I want to. But Storm Raider Surge is you have to commit to dealing damage. So
and a lot of damage.
You can only do it to move. Yeah, that's a bit.
That's a lot.
So you have to commit to moving forward. This is meant to be hey, we're doing this. It's time to go. This is the go button rune.
Yep. And then like you said, you can use it on, ranged or melee. But yeah, should be, a little bit easier or tougher burden to get over. Because like you said, Phase Rush was just, it was too free for too many things, too versatile. And move speed, that's the one thing that, it's really tough to balance around, man, because move speed is move speed. Everybody can use it effectively and then use it as a boon. So, yeah, definitely in a healthier state. But yeah, obviously you're gonna get tuning passes and whatnot. But clearly, maybe Deathfire touch is the sauce because Kaze had no combat power in his kit. That's just disrespected him.
Yeah, Tuts just there's like Kaze still doesn't have any combat power, by the way. Mana item. I mean, you're Rise, so like your stuff scales with mana, but like having some AP in there would be nice for the guy. He doesn't care. He just kind of is a bit of a demon. Has that extra damage. It must be said that the way Deathfire Touch works actually is very, very nice for Rise specifically, because Deathfire Touch, after 3 seconds of burn, the burn doubles, right? If you're doing single target abilities, the minimum time for the burn is 4 seconds.
That's a lot.
And Rise has a lot of single target abilities.
Yes, yeah, that's like his whole shtick.
That's kind of the thing he does.
They can turn into multi-target abilities very quickly if you're not careful, but yeah. Now Furia fighting a war on two fronts here. They decide to pick one, and Steps is just deleted. Kaze gonna get himself off with the Realm Warp. Gonna get himself out, excuse me. Very tough Freudian slip there. Red, the bottom lane, should be able to get out here. IU not gonna be able to close the gap with a Pilt over Peacemaker. Not able to take Frosty down.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about both these comps like, kind of having some explosive power. I called out the Pantheon when we were talking about that. That Pantheon has the ability to just be very upfront with the damage, even though the Conqueror allows him to stay relevant longer into fights. That's simply because otherwise he would only be upfront damage. The guy has a lot of ability, especially with the empowered W, to just get in. Steps finds himself at the wrong edge of the fight. First kill for Furia. They find some small advantage there. And yeah, it's what they needed. Keeps the gold relatively even. And it's I think it's a sign of things to come, where this is going to be kind of a test of your fundamentals this game.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to like the positioning, the knowledge of when and how to fight. Because both teams are so just loaded with firepower. If you put a foot wrong, you're cooked. It's over. You're done. Go home.
Yeah, no, there is a lot of firepower. I think that's the key thing to key in on. As Tatu going in with the Grand Starfall, he's got the rest of the squad there. IU going forward with the help of the Cozy Campfire. They got themselves a dragon, did Red Knids, but they lose two members, off the back of it. Maybe a third one here. Gigo and Zinz. They hit that level 6 you were talking about, Bren. They're doing some top lane combat, but no one will die.
Yeah, the Dominus comes out, so does the Meganar, but ultimately it is top laners fighting top laners. It must be said, though, Zinz doing fairly well in a lane that's traditionally not very nice to Renekton. Does have himself just an itsy-bitsy little farm lead up in the top side and has not surrendered any kills. Doing about what you can expect. This damage coming in from Tatu, and then the Cozy Campfire, the extra range just makes it so free for IU to pick one up. Tatu gets his as well, and I think they're more than happy with that trade. The early Hex Tech Drake, sure, it's nice, but what is one Drake to get? We talked about which of these two bot lanes can get ahead. For a while, it was Morteus with that early first blood, but now IU has one to answer back as well as just a general lead in terms of the CS. So hopefully that means the Caitlyn will be able to be powerful, at least up until that kind of mid-game fall-off point.
Ace in the hole. Gonna find Morteus there. No level 6 for Frosty, so potentially ripping off the engage. Not gonna be as easy, but I think JoJo, they're not really stoked to go in as well. They don't have the breath of life. Steps. Grabs 1, grabs 2, grabs 3 Void Grubs. So 2-0 on the neutral objective front, but Furia up about 300 gold, 400 gold here, all on the back of Tatu. 100% KP. He's been everywhere. And I mean, look, small sample size, but this is a Tatu Pantheon, man. This is just what he does on this champion. He is suffocating on this champion.
Yeah, and I think it's because Tatu, he's always very noticeable in the game. Like if he falls behind, he's probably going to fall way behind, but if he's ahead, he's going to be very much ahead and just kind of be a presence. He plays a very proactive style. That's what causes that. Speaking of proactive and positioning, he doesn't know that he's walking right up to Kaze. But Kaze is saying, actually, I don't think I want that smoke at this point of the game, and will walk away, but he needs to be careful.
Ooh. Shockwave lands, Tatu gets the Aegis Assault like you were saying. The E movement speed goes forward with the W, but will not find Kaze, at least not completely. Kaze can get a little bit of damage down while the lights are off. Maybe they could tip this in their favor. Zin's now going over the wall, pops the Dominus, flashes over the Raptor Pit. Tuts will not get the kill. He's met by a Crocodile. The unexpected Croc, famously always the deadliest. As the Realm Warp will not be utilized there, Tatu will get out with his life.
Yeah, they didn't realize Zinz had roamed down in a very tricky positioning to hide over the wall. When they felt confident in the 2v2 ban, the lane is overloaded. And really strong play from Red to turn what felt like a losing proposition, a losing gank in that mid lane into a winning one. But Tatu forgot about not Tatu, Kaze forgets about the Grand Starfall, and Tatu will get his revenge. He said, "You made me look a little silly on that gank, and I'm not about
like that. I'm supposed to be their poster boy." So they get one back there as Furia trying to make sure that they don't go home 2-0 here and try to stick their name in the hat for, the second seed, but also the second best, maybe the best team. Red have beaten everybody else, but they haven't beaten this Furia squad that they are not 3-5. Right? No, they're not. They're 4-2.
I was like, huh?
Yeah,
they're tied for second. There's no way they're 3-5.
Surely the middle of the pack isn't that bad. This is the NFC South. Come on. Some of you will get that joke.
Oh boy. Not the NFC South fans.
Not the NFC South memes. No, but Furia, look, they're in a pretty good spot here, and crucially, I mean, kind of to loop back to something we were talking about earlier in draft, Brent. I mean, look, it's been the Tatu show. Obviously, he's gotten all but one of the kills, 100% KP, all that good stuff. But the bottom lane's still locked even, and neither one of these explosive lanes has gotten out to a bigger lead. But I still do favor as far as who's in a better position. To me, it's Red. You got Kaze rolling early. He's going to be a monster in the late game, and Tatu will eventually fall off. Right? He's got to figure out a way to take this combat power that he has. And he's pretty good at this. And get it into kills and golden advantages for the rest of his players.
Yeah, he definitely needs to accelerate the lead for the whole team. Steps is a very good spell shield there. Tatu gonna go ahead and save his red buff for himself. I think the big thing for Red in terms of being in a good position is that what we talked about between these two is very explosive bot lanes. We kind of figured that the story might be, hey, who is going to take charge of this bot lane? One team is going to be ahead, the other team is going to be doing a traffic cone cosplay. I think the best outcome in terms of entertainment is that they're both so close that they're actually going to be able to, it's not just like a slugfest. They're kind of jabbing, they're feeling each other out. We've got a good fight on our hands. But what that means is where Caitlyn sucks so bad in the mid game, she's really good early and really good late, and then just kind of doesn't exist for the middle 15 minutes. That's where Lucian really, really shines once he gets that second item, that third item in that mid-game position. Steps maybe making something happen on the top side. A really well-executed dive from Red.
Simply perfect.
About as good as you can ask.
Yeah, literally, no notes. You went in there, popped the ultimate, went in with the spell shield, got the fear off while you were invincible. And yeah, easy as you like. Red get back on the board. Now they swing the gold lead in their favor, and Zin's going to get a lot of free gold there as well. So that's going to help out the Renekton, who, like we said, the cliff comes for Renekton. It's just, can you extend the runway a little bit before that cliff comes for you?
They do, it is to be said, have to give up a dragon on the opposite side. It is an Infernal Drake and a Mountain Drake to come up, which is going to be not good for certain members of this composition on both sides. Looking at Renekton, looking at Lucian, don't particularly like that, but also part of the damage that Tatu provides is that a lot of people aren't building a lot of extra armor right now, and so your base armor gets shredded. Having that % extra armor could keep you safe from some of these more bursty members of Furia as well. So both teams going to be interested, a little bit invested in this Drake for this particular matchup. You finally see both mid laners moving out, the bot laners moving into the mid lane, and we are effectively firmly in the mid game here at 15 minutes.
Yes, it has begun. Yes, used to be 15 minutes, then used to be 14 minutes, but the the point still stands there. As we get the next dragon up in, hold on, my VMix portrait is blocking my timer. Still 3 minutes. Okay, so it's still a long time here, but fight could break out over the Herald or just about over nothing at all. This is the CBLOL after all.
This is the CBLOL after all. Speaking of,
with the Grand Starfall, Kaze has a lot of health to chew through, but there's a lot of CC as well. Tuts almost able to combo the Shockwave perfectly, but Kaze just enough stacks on that Roa to make sure that he does not die, but did blow the Flash and the Ghost in that one. He goes 2 levels down here. He's got to be careful. Zinz, he didn't have the tower to tango with. I think Gigo was not long for this world, but he does, so he's not.
They're going to use their pressure. They've moved some people down to the bot lane, have Furia, and so as such, it's Red's turn to take a turn on the map. They're going to use their pressure to get that Rift Herald, a particularly strong objective, I would say, this season. With only the one Rift Herald, you can't ever answer back. It's kind of a guaranteed advantage. Gigo taking maybe an ill-advised fight, but does have the positional advantage here and some friends in the wings.
Does not have his ultimate. Very low rage bar, but I think it was what you said there, Bren, that he's got some homies. He's got shooters, as the kids say. So he's not worried.
Since you have to be careful, the ops are going to pull up.
True, dude. Yes, always got to be careful of the ops. You never know where they're hiding. I never saw a dog turn into a snake until I saw my homie snitch or something like that.
As the president, oh my goodness!
Hold on a second here, Frosty. Goodbye. Oh, he flashed away. Oh, he burned a flash for nothing. You hate to see it. Zinz gonna try to avenge his boy here. No Grand Starfall available, but the Realm Warp is popped here. Gonna try to back up Zinz, Kaze, and Steps. Now they get onto Tuts. So was it really worth it? Oh boy, it's gonna be a lot less worth it if Red can get even more out of this. They get the fear down, but really good play by JoJo. Pops the Summoner Heal, still holding on to the Breath of Life, so still has that crucial oops button. As IU pops the Ghost as well. Ghost Flash on this Caitlyn. That's a man's build right there. Or that's a build you can only pull off if you have a Milio.
You know, the Milio with the extra healing, and now it is Furia's turn to try and overload a lane and try and get the kill. Like we talked about, Kaze has a lot of health to chew through, but they're chewing through it.
There's the ace in the hole. A little more damage over the top of Gigo. Going to grab himself his first kill of the game. He's on the board.
IU ping that guy. Ping your ulti. Critically, once Caitlyn's ult, if she locks it on and they die before she fires the gun, it goes on a short cooldown. But once she fires the gun and that projectile's on its way, and it was firmly about to hit Kaze in the mouth.
Very much was, yes.
It goes on its normal full cooldown, which is not that long. You know, it's probably gonna be up for the next team fight. But I'm pinging it right now. If I'm on.
Yes, you're pinging it for sure, 100%. Yes, you gotta let them know whose ult that is and whose kill that.
That's my kill.
Yep.
That's my gold.
Yep. Still a VMix bar's not moving. Oh wait, how many kills does the Caitlyn have? Help me out. Oh, I have to
the Caitlyn only has one. It's only one kill, Caitlyn.
Yes. I was making sure. I was like, I don't think she got a second one anywhere else because I would have been number 2. Should have been number 2, dare I say. But Zinz in a little bit of trouble now. Has the Dominus. Is he going to pop it? He is. Could it be too little too late? The rest of the Furia ganging up onto Frosty. Pops the tidal wave. Tattoo flashes over. He's got some help from the Cozy Campfire. And Frosty bites the dust.
Only 2. Everyone on Furia was there, and only 2 kill participation. All they needed was Milio and the Pantheon to pick up Frosty. We talked about, it's something I said very early on in this game. It's going to be a test of your positioning and game knowledge because any mistake is going to be punished very harshly. And it was there for Frosty. Not only does he give over that kill and assist gold, but that's going to be another dragon for Furia. And the dragons that I feel like have been important all day. These control of the neutral objectives, this control of the map. And Furia is going to be in a much happier position this game compared to last game. It must be said, the gold is still even. They're not in some massive lead, but they were so far behind last game that this is a marked improvement.
Oh, it's night and day. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you gotta be feeling really good if you are Furia right now, and you've got a composition that I don't think it scales as well as Reds. I mean, Kaze on that rise, man. That is you are asking for trouble if you're trying to tango with that. But Tatu still in a really good spot. But again, I think that's the one thing that's worrying me is, how do you transition the lead onto other players? You don't take a kill if you're Gigo. That's one way to do it. IE would be halfway to an IE by now. But alas, that is not the world we're living in. Grand Starfall goes out. Tatu just trying to get Frosty again. There's the ace in the hole and the kill that IE wanted. They heard me talking. They were like, all right, we can get this back, actually. Like you said, not a long cooldown.
Yeah, run it back. Get the ace in the hole up. They get good damage down. They find the pick. Like I said, it's Frosty, unfortunately, having a real clanger of a game, by the way. 0-4, it must be said.
Not amazing.
In an 8-kill game for Furia, he is half the kills.
Yep. No, I was just gonna do the math. You beat me to the quick math. Yeah, not a good game for Frosty. Just being found all over the place, and I mean, you got to give some credit to Tatu, right? Because he's the one kind of popping the Grand Starfalls and making these global plays. But Red trying to respond with a global play of their own. The fear goes off. The tower will go down eventually. Gigo he's gonna kill Steps. Steps is just dead here. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. Can Zinch just get the tower down? He will be able to. But is it enough before JoJo shows up? Gonna get a little bit of healing onto Tatu. And a bruiser with an enchanter is about as scary as an AD carry with an enchanter. It really can be. And there's the realm warp as we're going to try to get some bodies in here as a punch being thrown by Furia, countered by the counter punch by Red. Now Frosty going to try to make up for his sins with a tidal wave. He will survive. Just barely gets out of the way of the Comet Spear, but it's still a 2v3. Tatu is low, but he can still drop point and click CC. That's what he's going to try to do here. Going to get a little bit of healing as Morteus from Frosty. Kaze's on the board. Kaze getting massive. Gets Ayu. And can Morteus get forward and get onto JoJo? Just not enough. Kicks a soccer ball in his face, says, get away from me, you creepy old man. Will survive.
And a real back and forth fight there. We're seeing kind of the issue with the Renekton is that later on, yeah, I mean, the Gnar is just providing so much value. The Renekton can no longer really keep up with that damage. So I think we're going to start all the way back here with this initial dive. Yeah. The Renekton gets forward. He thinks he has friends, but this is the Gnar is so much better in this particular matchup. The Narbar comes through, the stun immediately comes down, gets enough damage that the tower does its job. Hatu comes forward, and I was surprised that Zinz decided to fight that, but we only had Furia's vision at this time because we're so zoomed in. We don't see the Realm Warp inbound. In a back and forth fight, Frosty almost gets picked, and I think if he had been, whoa!
Okay.
Speaking of,
dude, I'll tell you what, man. Tatu, he just keeps on making stuff happen, man. You know, the kills are all still going to him, but look, I mean, Pantheon's still like it's point and click CC, and you've got an enchanter in the back, right? Like it's not a terrible place to be if you're a Pantheon, right? Again, I still worry about in the late game, Kaze's just going to outvalue you, and I think the composition for Red is just going to do better. But if Tatu just keeps, artificially extending his lifespan here, right? Got really into cryogenics. They're gonna be okay.
And the thing is, they found another pick on the Frosty. And with Frosty down in these fights, we talked about, going forward and surviving it. One of the things you can do if you have a Nami is use Nami to survive the enemies engage, where Furia doesn't have as strong of go buttons. And if you can shut those down with one of your own, then, okay, my vMix froze. I'm not sure if that's just me.
You are still here.
Awesome, perfect. So what I was talking about with the Nami is like you can survive the engage, but if you're down, you just can't provide that value of you're the one getting engaged on. It's much more difficult for you to save your team.
Yeah, and that's a problem that Frosty actually in the team fights. To be fair, he's actually played all right. It's just a couple of picks that have just given free gold over to Furia. So. I mean, you take the good with the bad, I suppose. I really do think he has been playing the team fights actually all right. And I think that last team fight was a pretty good example of that. He survived a long time. He kept his boys up a long time. Culling does absolutely nothing into the Aegis Assault of Tatu. Ayu taken very, very low. Morteus. Gonna get some healing there from Frosty, and the tidal wave ripped. Might want that one back. Gigo and Zinz spot each other on the other side. As so often happens with these top laners. Furia fighting for soul point now. Will be a Mountain Soul on the cards here. Kaze gets taken low, gets Shockwave down. Can't have an impact on the fight if you're just dead. They get a pick onto Kaze, play around the vision perfectly, and punish an overstep by the Red Canids mid laner.
Yeah, an overstep, like you said, Kaze going down is going to be a big deal. It's going to be another dragon for Furia to pick up on. And it's come down to just small mistakes, and they're so easily punished. The Caitlyn can play from so far back with the extra range from the Cozy Campfire, and it's just quite a bit of damage now at 2 items. You have the full value from Hex Optics. You have all the extra crit damage as well. And like I said, point and click CC, there is something to be said about it. Provides some number of value. There's a reason this Pantheon guy is a little tough to deal with, and that is one of them. And Furia playing the composition, we were worried about if they would be able to capitalize on their go buttons, but even without ball delivery, just the ball placement has been very good.
Yeah, I mean, and when you're focused on the Pantheon, all of a sudden everybody else is just like, cool, no less for me. I'll just hit my buttons.
Yeah, really, really tough. Furia is, playing this really well. Again, they can't crack open the game entirely. The gold is still incredibly close, but they seem to be controlling the map much, much better. And they're using their composition to find what little, value they can at every given stage. They're finding a pick, they're getting a little value off of it. They're finding a pick, they're getting a little value off of it. But again, look, they've never even gone over 1,000 gold lead. And just now they've gone over 1,000 gold lead. Red has never gone over 1,500 at their peak. This game has been close the entire way through, and it's gonna come down to something like this.
Another call-in goes out. IU taken very low again. There's the tidal wave again, getting nothing. It splits the uprights. Zint's in with the TP. Kaze in via the Realm Warp. All the ultimates down for Red Canids. It is just buttons now. Furia have all their ultimates available except for the Breath of Life. Zint's going to pop the Dominance, get a little bit more healing off that. But Furia come out the victors in this one, it has to be said, because now they're looking for a Baron flip, and nobody has ultimate on the side of Red.
And no one has ultimates. They're only down the Breath of Life. That will come back eventually. They're gonna at least posture and threaten for the Baron, but Red not gonna bite into it, not gonna walk blindly into this river. Gonna try and get some vision down.
Look at him. Exactly what Furia want. They were waiting in that line brush. Will not find what they wanted. Yeah, all the vision going down there on the Baron. Nothing doing. Furia still only up 700 gold. This team fight could swing really, really easily still. Zin's quietly a 3-1-1 game on this Renekton, so he is a problem right now. Again, playing around that Breath of Life. If you can get onto IU, if you can get onto Tuts even, but IU is the one that you're looking for. To clear the screen like that, get forward with your flash as well and your Dominus. He's still got that flash. You can get there, and even if you blow the Breath of Life on just one, right, then all of a sudden maybe your job becomes a little easier. If you get caught by a Kaze root, you can't cleanse and knock up as well, right? So Tidal Wave's still getting value into the Breath of Life, but IU, he's finished up that LDR with the Hex Optics and the IE. Now Caitlyn is starting to reemerge, starting to rear her head again.
Yeah, here she comes with 75% crit plus all that armor pen. IE, once again, a meta centralizing item. It was kind of bad for 2025, and then they were like, okay, you can have Giant Slayer back 80 carries as a treat. Now that the item's good again. Is that a net positive change for the game? I'll let Twitter debate that. That's not for me to say. But what it does mean is that this Caitlyn is going to be just monstrous. They don't have anyone to stack ridiculous amounts of armor. So if she hits a crit headshot on your soul, you're kind of just gonna be stuck with that damage. They have the Nami. They have a little bit of sustain, but nothing nearly as oppressive as the Milio. And I want to go back to the draft where I said I think them picking the Milio was a trap for Red to say, oh yeah, oh man, oh we forgot you guys can take the Lucian. Ah man, what do we do? And then they took this shorter range, kind of feistier bot lane, and then said, yeah, we're just gonna pick you if you ever step in the wrong spot though. Like if we have so much extra range, we have so many more safer buttons to press that if you play it wrong, it's just much easier for us to punish you than vice versa. That's been true for the most part, but again, Red are a severely powerful team. They have not let this game get out of hand.
Orteus with half a combo, able to take Tuts' health completely out. He's going to have to recall and TP back into the fight. Tatu's got a GA now as well. That is a big spike for him. Again, just stay alive, be point and click CC, that damage negation as well with the Aegis Assault. Now Tuts is back with a full health bar. Gigo Gets a third of his taken out. Zinz has a GA now, not for nothing. Gonna try to take this fight on a couple of fronts. If Zinz goes forward here, he gets the stun off. Gigo is not Mega just yet. Cozy Campfire onto him. Now he's going to go Mega. Steps still waiting for his moment to go in. He finds it. Now getting everybody down with this tidal wave down. Gets a lot of action here. Kaze into the backline. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get locked up and deleted. But Tatu, same fate falls him. Difference is Tatu has a GA. Now Red Canids on the back foot. Furia looking to go forward. Zid still has his GA. Protobell forward. Morteus is cooked. Furia get the 80 carry. They get Kaze. Those are by far the two most dangerous
Grand
members.
Starfall.
And Furia are going to seal it with the Grand Starfall. They're going to get themselves the Mountain Soul as well. Letting everybody know, putting Brazil on notice that they are not dead just yet. It's a 5-for-0 ace. Clean as you like.
They only have to sacrifice the GA on Tatu, and that'll come back eventually. I mean, if you're Furia, you're really hoping it doesn't because you'd like the game to be over before then. But look at the way this fight starts. It's a little split, and Zinz was getting value, but he gets chunked out. That gives the opportunity for Gigo to come back. And Kaze, I think, was hoping that he would be able to fight with his jungler. But look how low Steps is. We talked about if you get CC'd coming off that engage, if you just don't get the explosive value right off of that paranoia, you are immediately gone. And Morteus just takes so much damage.
Yeah.
There's no one on really either side that can survive all this damage, at least until Gnar goes Mega. And I feel like that was a big difference here is Furia had a frontliner. They have at least some damage negation. They have the tools, and Red doesn't have that same in turn. They don't have Aegis Assault to turn off damage. They don't have Mega Gnar to get big and tanky. They have the Dominus, sure, but it's not nearly as effective.
No, and the windows, right? You got to play around with all these abilities, right? With the Mega Gnar. With the position you can afford to have with Morteus, the Breath of Life adds another wrinkle to that. But the Mountain Soul now for Furia, and this gold lead is going to balloon, man. It had not gotten over 1,500. Guess what? Now it's at 5,000 with even more to come potentially. And the Mountain Soul on top of all of that. I think, to me, Bren, with, Kaze's got the Actualizer now. Morteus has 4 items, right? They're not out of this. The GA for Zinz. But I think you're relying on an Elder fight, I think.
Yeah, it's time to start chucking up hopes and prayers. And you know who else has 4 items? The Caitlyn. And do you know what one of those items is? Rapid Fire Cannon. And do you know what she has? Emilio. Her range is approaching 900 before she picks up a kill with the Hexop.
Red not going to fight over the Elder. They're going to fight immediately. Ayu is down. That's a huge get, but Steps is low. Big Mega Gnar forward by Gigo and swings the fight right back. Kaze is big, but Touchside buys himself time with the stopwatch. Zinz taken low. Tatu jumps on him. It's a double kill for Furia. It was a heck of a look for Red. I thought that was it, man. They got onto Ayu, but Gigo saves the fight with a huge Gnar flip. And Furia, now they've got numbers. They're going to get at least an inhibitor out of this. Can they end?
I don't think they can end, but they can look for a lot. They can get just the value here off of taking the tower. They're doing what is generally considered the wise play. If you only have one inhibitor open, if you don't even have another tier 3 to siege, as you can see, there's 2 tier 2s in the other lanes. There's no point in taking that inhibitor. It just gives them a free lane to farm in, and they can play a lot safer. And yeah, they find this pick. They get value off of the tidal wave, at least forcing them to position. They get so much damage down early on, but here comes a huge 3-man shove. And I think the big difference is, once again, Furia have the tools. Look who's on the front line, Gigo and Tatu. And they're just able to negate enough damage, to heal enough damage, to tank enough damage that Red's composition is just not able to get it over the line. Yes, they found a pick on 1. They got a squishy, but they couldn't kill Tatu, even with the GA down. They couldn't even touch Gigo in the Mega Gnar form. They almost got Toots, but he had Zanya's. And so they are unable to get all this damage down, and then there's no kills to come of it, and they have no more damage left to throw. Especially without Kaze being able to run rampant in the backline for free, because Furia has been very smart. When Kaze tries to realm warp in and be in the middle of their team and cause problems, they just punch him in the mouth.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, their target selection is very good, and the way they're playing these fights out is kind of what we've seen from like peak Furia, right? They played that patiently, right? They didn't get freaked out. Oh my god, the tidal wave. Oh my god, the paranoia. They say no, hold on. We've got bodies, right? They can't just jump on us and just tear us a new one immediately, right? And then playing it wisely, saying, all right, once they're clumped up, in goes Gigo with a beautiful flash Gnar, right? I mean, I feel like it has been a brick since I have seen a good flash Gnar ult, and it is such a game-changing ability, man.
Only 13 people had Jojo on this champ. You guys are slacking. Speaking of,
goodbye.
We talked of it's been the moral of the story for Furia's game plan is you put a toe out of line, sir. You are out of bounds. We need to take you in for disciplinary action. We're gonna your penalty, 1 visit to the gray screen.
Yep, unfortunately, Furia look like they're going to be able to see this one out, but like you alluded to earlier, Brent, playing it out very methodically. Got the mid-tier 3, going to get the top tier 3. Still no inhibitors down, so, but that's not going to last much longer, as this one will just get absolutely annihilated.
Have so much damage.
Tatu, a little too far forward. Good Aqua Prison. Steps now has his GA as well. And Zinz, I think crucially, when he got deleted there, didn't pop the GA, so he will have the GA for the all-important Elder fight coming up potentially in about 35 seconds. That's going to be the last stand here for the Wolfpack, for Red Canids, as they try to make it a 2-0 and flip this. I mean, it would be a Herculean effort, man. They're down 8,000 gold and the Mountain Soul on top of that, right? We haven't gotten quite to the point where the gold lead doesn't matter, but we're getting close.
Yeah, it's never over till it's over, but it's going to be real tough. The guaranteed crits from the Caitlyn. We are at the stage of the game where she's just a menace to society. You know, you can see the medallion in her inventory right now. I wonder what she's building towards. I wonder if it's another GA for this team, because Furia is playing in such a manner that they have kind of mitigated the fact that they don't have a proper frontline. They're playing around Gigo's bar really, really well. They're using all of their tools to kind of mitigate and absorb this damage, and they're really just competently playing out all these team fights. You can see the Mega Gnar is about to come out. They'll have it for this fight. Wonder if Gigo can find something off of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they're playing around, right? You see the 90 caliber nest, the traps have been laid. So, I mean, the battle lines have absolutely been drawn. Steps waiting in the tri-brush, waiting for his moment to just evade all the terrain. Just go right in, playing by his own rules.
Red.
Tidesport popped immediately, and he's going to go into the GA immediately here. Now going forward there, Kaze with the roll more, but this is a disaster for Red Canids. That was an absolutely awful start to the fight. Kaze can't do anything. Steps is dead. Zin's just going to try to run interference here and just try to make a miracle for Morteus. But then Morteus is dead. Now Zinz is low. Kaze is going to get ace in the hold. It could not have gone worse. This fight was over before it started. Holy moly.
Yeah, here, the thing is, Red was trying to buy time, wait for that Mega Gnar to run out, and then play on more even terms. But in the meantime, their base was just under siege, so Zinz had to go deal with that. Steps forward, but it's an erroneous step. Again, you step out of line, you're gonna die with the damage this composition brings. And he just got obliterated instantaneously. I mean, it was genuinely so fast that it was hard to keep track of who had taken how much damage, because Furia were just absolutely cranking out damage numbers. And like you said, that fight was just pretty much over before it started. There was really not a chance for Red there. It was a Hail Mary, but you know, at least usually the Hail Mary gets like, it makes it to the end zone, and now everyone jumps up and tries to fight for it. This one got batted down by a defensive end at the line of scrimmage and run back for a touchdown.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disaster around there. That was not an ideal look, unfortunately, for Red Canids, but means we get a game 3, Brent. And, you know, look, and where the first game was just kind of front-to-back controlled by Red Canids, Furia, once they did get the lead, they kind of never looked back, right? And Tatu, again, just kept it going, kept the aggression going, and the pressure he's able to apply on this Pantheon. It's really something else, man. Then the rest of the map didn't really, you know, get out of control. Give him time to, you know, just build himself up, become a demon. And that's what we've got. Any final thoughts on this one before we send it to break in game 3?
I mean, I'm glad that we got a game that is a lot of what we expected. The only thing that is odd about that game too is the team that it happened to in Red Canoe. Because otherwise, if with just Furia, if you didn't know who their opponent was, that's what we expect out of this team. Take a lead, take your small advantages, and push them, and just kind of slowly stress the enemy until you can crack open their weak points. That is exactly like the textbook Furia. And so it's good to see that from them. That's what we wanted out of this series, was to see if Furia is still Furia. But they got one more game to do it.
They do have one more game to play. Still good to see, like you said, Bren, but I think people are going to, maybe the streets might not forget that they put together this performance, but you can't beat them in a best of series. Then, I mean, you're going to be really bummed to know how the playoffs is formatted. So
you'll never guess what happens when you get to international competition, guys.
Yeah, let alone international competition. Well said. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, our last game of the day. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. Last game of the day. It's been a good one. And Furia, look, they came to play. They knew they kind of had a point to prove here. So, and you know, they did it. It was a pretty controlled game. And the team fighting was awesome. They forced Red into some really uncomfortable spots. That last team fight was, I mean, it was bad. Like, you know, hats off to Furia.
It was kind of sad, man.
That was really underwhelming, man. That was a rough way to go out. But hey, you were down, 8,000. Like, the game wasn't lost. It was actually lost there, but it wasn't really lost there, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing that just is what I wanted to see from Furia, and what their like game plan is. What makes a good Furia team to me is that there's never one moment you usually point at and you go, oh, okay, they won the game right there. Like that's the play. Like Pain versus Leviathan. That when it was like, oh, Trigger just gets a triple kill. All right, that's the game. That's the moment. Furia always feels like they're building small moments, and they just have a bunch of small moments where like, oh, they get a pick here, and they get like an objective here, and they get a tower there, and that's how they beat you. They kind of just like nickel and dime you down. They're like, for my card game players, they're kind of like a burn deck. That there's never one big bomb, no big combo on the board that's gonna just destroy you, but you're losing 2 health this turn, and oh, you played a permanent. Ooh, that's 2 more health. Oh,
tough.
You didn't pay 2 mana. Oops, 2 more health. Like, they're just chipping you down, and eventually it becomes like, oh, I am in a position where I can no longer win.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of what Furia did, right? They were never like, wasn't really one. I mean, it was what got them that lead. Was it? I'm trying to remember like the exact fight that gave them the big lead in the Baron.
It would be, I think it's the one after the soul, not the Soul, but I think after the Soul Point Dragon, where they fought.
Yeah.
Like in the Tri-Brush, and IU picked up a kill, and then they had like Grand Star fall down to 2 more. They had the 5-for-0 ace.
You're right. Yep. And
that would if I had to pick the fight, that would be the fight. But like, isn't that astounding? Just as a game plan that they can have a 5-for-0 ace, and we can't definitively say, oh, that's the moment where they won.
Yeah, no, they still had to execute on the back of it, and I think that's credit to Red as well, right? They had their win conditions, but their team fights were just not played well. They really weren't. Kaze wasn't able to have the effect that he wanted to. Morteus got taken out of fights really quickly. I think that was kind of the big thing, right? Was the carries were put into compromising positions pretty quickly and irreparably.
Yeah, and they just didn't have the tools to weather it. As we're getting into draft here, it's going to see if that causes kind of a shift in mentality for Red Canids, because the bans so far the same. Mm-hmm. No Bard, no J4, no Seraphine, no Ezreal, no Karma.
Yep.
And all of that's very fair. I would also not give Frosty Bard. I would also not give IU Ezreal. So very, very fair bans across the board. Red does opt to have the first pick. We'll see what they lock in, and immediately pretty much slam down the Aatrox. He's a pretty good champion on his day.
Yeah. And Steps has his priors on this champion, I believe. I think I'm thinking of the right one. I might be thinking of Peach, but either way, no, this champion obviously can he can take over a game if you're not careful. So, but like with any Aatrox draft, let's see what they draft around him. That is going to be what makes it a good pick or not. So
I'm going to tell you were right on the money there, Mr. 4x4. He's played 3 games at Aatrox and has a 100% win rate and a 21K.
Beautiful. All right, my memory did not let me down. It is. I can feel my memory getting worse as I'm getting older. It's a very depressing thing, but it did not let me down there. Yunara Lulu, a combo that we haven't actually seen that much. Kind of like end of split 1 and beginning of split 2, it was a little more common, but IU and JoJo and power pick bot lanes, name a more iconic duo. I'll wait. This is the type of stuff I like to see from them.
Yeah, and we've have talked about some of we talked about with the Zeri game that we saw earlier how powerful Fiend Hunter bolts can be. But one of the champions that came up during that conversation was Yunara, who uses it quite well. So we can expect to see some big kind of explosive plays from, like you said, a power pick bot lane, and it's Jhin for Kaze, for Morteus there, picked by Kaze. And I have a mixed relationship with this champion, I must say, 4x4. Because I love Jhin, the character. he's cool and he's awesome. And Jin, the design, like how they use the poncho to generate this asymmetry and it hides the gun arm. And it's so cool. But Jin, the guy that's on the Rift, kind of is just there, you know? He feels like he's just a guy.
You are playing for the lane, and look, Lulu Yunara not necessarily playing as much for the lane. Look, you can still have potent trades. You have sustain. You have good old polymorph. As Tatsu going to grab himself as a hen, could be flexed up to Gigo, but we'll see where the hen ends up going. But yeah, no, look, you are picking this Jin Nico for range and damage, and the setup for Kaze as well, or for steps, I should say, to be able to come in and have an impact. It's absolutely there. So keep an eye out for a level 3 gank. I've got an inkle in my dinkle that might be something that's coming.
And as we see the second round of bans come through, same strategy for Furia. Hey, if we're putting IU on like we're putting an enchanter, we're protecting the president, so to speak. We got to get rid of the picks that Kaze can use to get after Mr. President. And it worked real well last game because Kaze said, no, I'm going to go after you anyways. He kind of played like he still was an AP assassin with all that mobility, and it did not work in Kaze's favor. They were really well prepared to shut it down. In the meantime, it is Red banning out the Victor, trying to, I guess, eliminate the options that Tuts can do to survive the lane, right? Victor is one of those champions I feel like that just does so. It doesn't really matter what you do. He just sort of survives the lane. And because of that, you know, they want to generate perhaps a position where Kaze can get advantages on his own in this mid lane to be tough to deal with. Let's see what the final ban is here as Syndra came out for Furia. Another Kaze-focused ban.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something I associate with Tuts as well, so I'm a little surprised not to see him on it, but hey, you know, Tuts, he can play a bunch of other stuff. The Ahri is still up for Tuts. That's a champion that we definitely associate with him. But as far as the rest of the composition goes, I'm trying to think. I mean, you know, they play. What do they need? Right, you've got a Yorick dealer. Yeah, Yorick ban is kind of wild. Twisted Fate 4-0 is Twisted Fate, which I again would not have expected that. But now you got that for Tuts. So again, you're putting him on more of a facilitator role. And look, fair enough. You've got Zehen and you've got crucially the Yunara. That's your win con.
Yeah, I mean, Yunara is so centralizing, as a lot of late game carries tend to be. You know, when you have that hyper carry that can scale up. We've seen this in the past with Jinx metas or Kog'Maw metas, where you really want to just take this champion and make them as just oppressive as possible. Put a bunch of supporting pieces around them because they will do the damage. And Yunara's case, she has that built-in ability to spread the damage around, not just focus on a single target. And so it makes a lot of sense to have a bunch of facilitators. Speaking of late game hyper carries, though, it looks like it's going to be the Azir for Kaze. And not only does he have the ability to kind of go a little crazy with it in late game, he's also can be a facilitator of his own, a bit of a playmaker.
That is not the Azir. He
Azir?
Swapped out of that.
Oh, my VMix call is lagging. I was watching a PowerPoint presentation. Forgive me, chat.
It's all good. Yeah, and he said it will be the Jace. So again, you've got range out the wazoo in this composition. Okay, so Jace going up in the top lane. Kaze's going to be on the Yunara. Bit of a, not really a death ball composition, actually, as Gigo's going to be on the Scion on the other side. So I guess maybe my one concern for Furia is where else is the damage going to come from? I mean, Zehen is, you know, he does pretty decent damage. Tuts, like he's a Twisted Fate, not known for pumping out the damage. It is a lot on IU. Now, if there's any man who I trust to be able to carry that, it is IU. But Red Cadets have a lot more avenues through which to play.
Yeah, I think Red do have quite a few more avenues through which to play, but which of those avenues will be strong enough? It is tough to tell because we've run into a problem again, and I'm going to go through my notes. Hold on. From the last. Yes. Who kills Scion? I have it here, game 2 in big letters. Who kills Scion?
Yeah, no, look, that is a very fair question. I mean, it's got to be. I mean, look, with Jace and Jin, like eventually, I think they will be able to. But
it's like,
there's
yes,
no
it's Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, she could melt. She can melt tanks potentially, right? But yeah, it's certainly tougher, right? You don't have a traditional AD carry, and it seems like a game that you've got to win early on. You've got to get your advantages and just play right through that. And you can opt out of fights with Gigo potentially if you get the right sorts of picks, if you start fights on your own terms. But you've got to be the aggressor. You've got to be the alpha in these fights if you want to avoid this Scion.
And they are the wolf pack. They are the ones who are gonna, talk about alphas, and there's a whole connotation, with such a thing.
Yes.
Can Red do it though? Because it's the much harder to execute position to be in. I think it's sort of a bit of a game theory thing. As often as you can, where you are in a safe position, it's sometimes very optimal to let your opponent decide what to do, and thus they dig their own grave. Make them make a mistake. And Red is going to have, I think with this composition, they're going to be put into a lot of opportunities where they can make a mistake. They, like you talked about, if they get ahead early, they give themselves that cushion. The mistakes aren't game losing. It's very much how I felt about game one of this series, was they were ahead quite a bit early. And so, the mistakes never really caught up to them. But if they don't get such a cushion, we could be looking at a tough one for the Knids.
With this Nico, again, you've got a lot of really annoying power in this lane. Just so much damage, and it will actually be it's Jason jungle. I just completely missed that. Aatrox in the top lane, Jason the jungle. So Zinz into Gigo here. That to talk about a wet noodle fight. This is going to be tough to chew through. But Jace jungle, yeah, we're back in early 2026 where this champ was permabanned in the jungle. Then they nerfed First Strike, and they did all that. So.
I have some data I do want to share. Yunara on this patch specifically has already been played twice, and she is 2-0 on the patch. Because she's been struggling this year, I feel like. She's not been the crazy dominant threat that we had seen, upon her release. And so maybe some of what's released has given her some new life. As my goodness, the wet noodle fight. Those noodles might still be a little crunchy up on the top side. They're not done yet.
Little al dente. Yeah, have not been cooked all the way through. So it's going with the unsealed spellbook. Nothing crazy as far as runes. You were saying, Bren.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Yunara, perhaps with some of the changes to just generally the itemization. Not that any of it directly affects her, but it might give her the edge that she needs to beat out some of the other AD carries on the patch. As we see, she has opted for the Doran's Blade, has not gone with the any of the new starter items, but it might be enough that perhaps Yunara is still a viable pick moving forward, because I feel like she had been kind of waning away.
Yeah, a little bit, but look, this is still a hyper carry, AD carry, right? You alluded to in Jinx metas and Kog'Maw metas, right? How it just warps the game, and it is very much about one person only, and all the other 9 players on the Rift know that. But yeah, that's what this Yunara can do. And look, we haven't seen him on these in a while, partially mainly just because of the meta, right? Him and JoJo have been known for just dumpstering lanes via, Ashe Seraphine and things that have a lot of potency. As Frosty, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, is going to walk up. That is the Tangle Barbs go out onto Tuts. Kaze taken very low. Minions doing a sneaky amount of work. JoJo wanted the kill and went for the flash Q and came awfully close. My goodness, 23 HP for Kaze.
Kaze is probably his muscles are a little tight right now. He's probably feeling the effects of that one. Gigo has to burn the flash to not get pulled back by the infernal chains. And so we are getting a bit of scraps back and forth here a little bit. And there's been some fine margins, but so far no one has yet been able to crack open the kill.
Oh, not quite yet. Just a little bit again. I think Jonas in this bottom lane is on this Morteus Frosty lane. Steps, gets forward, gets a ton of damage on a JoJo's able to sidestep the Deadly Flourish, but Steps going to go in, flash forward, whip around in the air, and grab himself first blood.
Yeah, and they are able to get the flash, the heal from JoJo. So no summoners for that support. He does also fall to the gank. They have to burn the Jace flash, but I think that's worth it, right? We
Ooh,
wanted to see. Well, okay, Gigo gets the kill, but
there
yeah,
we go. Yeah.
that means or sorry, Zinz gets the kill, but Gigo also trades one back. I'm not even really that concerned. Can I be real? I'm not concerned about that for like either top laner. I feel like that was just a very fine trade for both of them. They'll both, shake hands. All right, okay, yeah. But in the bottom lane, where we were having our focus just a moment ago, Steps picking up that kill, really good. Gets that Jace accelerated. He needs to kind of play from ahead to be just a menace to society. But two, they need that slight advantage. I think the Jhin and the Nico, yes, they were kind of, they're going to be able to bully out IU and JoJo. But if they aren't dominating the lane, if they aren't making it really difficult for those two to scale up, they're going to suffer so much more in the late game because
100%.
Jhin just won't be able to keep up, especially not with a Sion and a Zahen to frontline against him.
Yeah, it gets really tricky. I mean, you're gonna have to make it all the way to 6 items. Then Jhin can start to melt people, but that mid game trough is really, really rough for him, especially like you said, into a Gigo Scion. Things get pretty ugly. Now Steps looking to potentially have an impact on this lane. As Tatu waiting in the wings, he's around as well. Comes in with a shock blast, goes forward with the gate, but now Tuts coming in with the Twisted Fate, gets the gold card off, and hits him with the Q, and that should be enough. Gigo, another kill over to him.
Really good decision-making there from Gigo. Plays back, plays around that vision. They drop a ward in there. And honestly, Red was playing somewhat cautious, saying like, oh, we don't want to step too far forward because Tatu might be around. They neglected to remember that Destiny doesn't care about your positioning. Still teleport right on top of you. And Toots is able to pick one up, does trade back in the mid lane, loses a plate for his troubles, and Kaze will be the beneficiary of all that extra farm. But I think Tuts still coming out the better of such a trade.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, and then again, talk about roaming and what you can do. Tuts, it makes it really easy when you've got an ultimate where you can just select a part on the map and you just kind of end up there after a few seconds. And you get True Sight of everybody. Let's not forget that. That is just really, really tough to deal with. Tatu, level 6 now. Ooh, excuse me. Has a Grim Deliverance up. Steps. Got that 1 kill, though. 500 gold up for Red Canids so far. No neutral objectives taken just yet, but both of them spawning on either side of the map. One obviously a lot stronger than the other. The Void Grubs. I think we're due for a Void Grub buff because I feel like this objective has just been really, really forgotten about lately.
I need to do maybe some look, put it into my notes and see the Void Grubs win rate by patch. Like, does it actually matter who gets Void Grubs? And even then, is it just a result of, well, this team is stronger on the map, so they're getting the Void Grubs, and then also because of that they win? That would be some fun analysis to do. I don't have that like on hand, but up in this top side, Aatrox suffering a little bit. Had to pop the World Ender there to get away from Gigo. Obviously, also using the ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
But Gigo more than happy to just have a nullified lane. Like I said, just both those top laners see that 1-for-1 trade and they go, yeah, okay. But I think Gigo is perfectly happy to essentially have nothing happen for the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep, and he's got the Bramble Vest as well, really rough into the Aatrox, and Aatrox going with the call as well, so perfectly happy to opt out of that. Steps as his first completed item, he's up 1,000 gold already on Tatu, and that, at 9 minutes to be 1,000 gold up and just having 1 kill, that is,
he's up tough. He's up quite a bit of farm. He got the gold from the dragon as well, which I think is slightly more than the gold from the Void Grubs. But the thing is about Jace is that
hang on a second. Between Worlds popped.
Nothing to find because a good gold card there from Tuts to keep himself safe. And what I was saying about Steps is that your clear is actually really fast as Jace. I think that they nerfed his ability to just nuke you from the shadows, while being off vision. But his clear is still really fast. You're seeing that starting to have effect on the map. Obviously, he's got the first blood gold having come off that gank. He has the additional gold from all that farm, but like I said, it's a pretty sizable lead for an individual at only 10 minutes into the game.
It is huge. That's absolutely monstrous. And now, I mean, you just throw out a shock blast, and like Gigo's thick, but not that thick, and spoiler alert, he's the only one. So you can still soften people up before fights if you hit those shock blasts, if you execute this poke, not a poke composition, but the poke in this composition. As Zinz gets the World Ender off, but Tuts meets him immediately with a Destiny and a gold card, and now he's on the board with a kill of his own.
If I had a nickel for every time Tuts just shoved a wave, then gold card Destiny topside, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's not a lot, but it's weird that Zinz fell for it twice.
Yep. Yeah, as a wise man once said, Destiny does not care about your positioning. Now Jojo gonna eat the wild growth as Tatu looking for more there in the mid lane. Jojo will go down as Step shows up with a big kill. It's traded right back though. IU, I mean, a much needed kill to prevent the snowball from getting even more out of control.
Yeah, IU picking one up is big there, especially because it's on to one of the bot laners that would have threatened to cause so many problems for him. And a good teleport there from Gigo coming over to the bot lane, suffering a little bit of decreased XP, except he's not getting any decreased passive XP on his role quest because of the new changes. So gonna be more than happy to shove this wave out and then back and head right back up the top lane. Another reason, we talked about it at the very beginning of the cast, but it might be worth bringing back up. I think part of the reason that these roam timers are available for Tuts to just go up topside and not sacrifice his entire mid lane is the changes to these minions. It's about now, post 7 minutes, is now when they start to get tankier than they would otherwise have been. So
yeah,
this is when the minions start to get really, really strong in terms of health. Another thing to note is actually that the minions are also worse at killing other minions now. They decrease the damage that minions do to each other.
Okay. I guess that is worth knowing. I guess what are the implications of that? Is that what Baron pushes are less effective, or?
So the big implication is actually in stacking your waves. Because what that means is because the minions can't eliminate each other as fast and they have more health, is Kaze. Kaze might be in bad way here from Gigo.
Jeez.
My goodness. But what it means is you can stack waves faster. It opens up your roam your roam timers a lot, because if you push a wave in a certain position and your opponent goes to match your roam timer, the waves aren't just going to kill each other and reset. It's going to take a lot longer for that to happen. And like I said, a lot of higher durability late game, which just does make your minion waves more effective. And like I said, it opens back up stacking big waves to then take an objective all at once as a more viable strategy.
Nice. I like that. That's their skill expression there. Their strategic tinkering to be had there. Zooming out on this game, still the one dragon. The only neutral objective has been taken outside of the Void Grubs. Neither team willing to give that much. Tatu standing on a pixel brush here. Step's going to start with the dragon right behind him. He is really strong. 1.5 items. He's 2-0. You saw what he's been able to do every time he's shown up somewhere. One shock blast, and it changes the timbre of a fight. That's exactly what you want to be doing as the Jace. Looks like he might get this pretty much uncontested. Yeah, Frosty's around. Kaze's nearby as well. Some of my way pings coming down, right? A lot of blue pings coming down, but Steps will walk away with a second dragon. Nice and controlled. Continuing the theme here for Red Canids.
Yeah, there's something to look at is what the vision looked like there from Furia. Is they have good vision map-wise across the map, but around that dragon pit, you can see even on the mini-map there, still just 4 wards controlling that entire top side of the bottom river, making it really hard to approach that dragon. Furia instead have set their sights elsewhere.
Yeah, and that's probably fair enough. They've set their sights on the top lane. Zinz, not long for this world. CC immune will buy a little more time. Yeah, Gigo had to work maybe a little harder than he would have wanted to for that one, but the expected outcome hits. But Destiny now coming out. We're going to get a little bit more help from the cavalry. Tatu, he's got his passive up. We'll get the revive off should he go down. Steps almost able to pop that.
Yeah, and that would have given them an opportunity to catch up, get on top of Tatu, but they aren't able to find it. Tatu able to just barely get away. And so Furia, very happy with their position on the map, grow their lead a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And for you, I mean, look, up 1,500 gold. Next tower goes down. They get first break as well. So Furia actually ever so slightly ahead in this one. It doesn't, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it doesn't feel that way. It still feels like Red have had the better early game, but that's clearly not the case. Gigo's up 1,500 gold. Tuts, roaming, buzzword of the day. Twist of Fate obviously makes it a lot easier. Let's not get it twisted. Aha. But we're in a great spot right now, man. And they've got Ayu. Once he catches in that call, he's going to feel much, much better about things going into late game. Sustained damage threat, not going to be online for Red Canids for a long, long time. So I guess it's good they're getting these kind of borrowed power sources, right, from the neutral objectives. But Furia having a good one, another one. In back-to-back games, they've put together really solid early games.
Yeah, they're going to
fight here.
Maybe look to try and punish Red off the back end. They find the gold card. Is there any more to find?
There is an unstoppable onslaught, but no destiny available. So if we're not able to, oh no, they didn't pick up the Herald.
Really
hate to see that. That is
unfortunate
really
for Furia.
Yeah, I mean, well, it happens to the best of us, I suppose. They did get the Herald, but not gonna be able to actually use it. Curtain Call goes out, really not doing a ton, especially if it just hits Gigo over and over again. But it softens him up for Kaze, maybe? Question mark? Nope. Wild Growth will help him out just that little bit.
Yeah, it's the power of that combination. It's already really hard to kill the Scion. We talked about that.
Yeah.
The producer can confirm. It's on my notebook right there. It says who kills Scion. But it's even tougher when you have a Lulu, because that's one of the premier I don't want my teammate to die champions. You know, like, just it's tough to deal with.
Get away from my friends.
Gonna suffer there in that mid lane trade. Frosty not around to keep him safe, and it means that he'll get really punished there in that trade, has to back away. Yeah, stay away from my friends is a really good way to put it. Like, Lulu is just not gonna let you play the game and kill the guy you want to kill. You have to be like, oh no, we totally want to kill the Scion, get them to use all their abilities on the Scion, and then go kill the Yunara.
Yeah, it's tough, man. But Lulu, unironically, high skill expression champion. You can do a lot with that champion. Especially, timing your wild growths well, right? You interrupt something on the back end, right? It's not just an oops button. If you want to really use it at a high level, it can be used in many, many different ways. Polymorph, just straight up pound for pound, one of the best abilities in the game. I just click on you and you just don't get to do anything for a couple seconds on a 20-second cooldown. It's kind of nutty.
Yeah, exceptionally good. What I think one of the underrated parts of her kit, people, they talk about how big the shield gets and how good the wild growth is and all the interrupts. Glitter Lance is early game.
Yeah,
so much damage.
Yeah.
What? The glitter Lance is kind of crazy. And then late game, the slows are actually really valuable. I think something to watch out for while we're looking here, right? There's not a lot of pure dashes on this red comp, right? Zinskin has a short dash, and Kaze obviously can go all over the place. Yep. But for the most part, Aatrox needs to walk at you. Okay? And Nico needs to walk at you. Watch those glitter lances to slow down those two champions and prevent them from getting into Furia's comp and causing problems.
All right. The defensive Lulu, the Peel Lulu, is always what we want to be looking out for. But I think you make a good point, right? It makes Red makes Furia's job just a little bit tougher. Dragon has spawn here. Deadly Flourish not going to land on the Tuts. He is quick, man. Jojo going to get the kill. Heard us talking about Lulu. Says, let me get on the board. As Red Canids suffer the death of their jungler, and Furia going to grab their first dragon of the game. Or are they? Let's see what Red can do about it. With no jungler, certainly gets a lot harder to contest the objective itself. Can they get something off the back end, though?
They're not going to get anything here. They at least have their Aatrox in the top side, but there's a teleport coming through, and that means they're not going to be able to commit to getting that tower. Just has to back away. No one wants to deal with the level 13 Toots. Has just come through, and yeah, I mean, it's real tough for Red there. That pick was very fast, and Steps, all the gold lead in the world, isn't going to make Jace a tanky lad.
No, I mean, you could build them a certain way, but that is not what you want to be doing. No, just get into that damage, get that Cyrildas going as quick as you can. so that you can start just popping and really making those shock blasts hurt even the thickest among us, which is Scion.
Scion. 966 stacks, by the way.
Stacks, yeah. That is a lot. It's just so much, man, with this champion. Really goofy. Not sure if he's going to be able to do anything on the bottom side, but just keeping up that pressure. Allowing Red Canids, or allowing Furia, excuse me, to breathe just a little bit easier on the bottom side. No objective to fight over for a while. Baron going to be up in a bit here, but Red's still not out of this. Again, I still worry. I still think you're a couple items away from kind of being able to dominate in the late game, but it's not like Furia have been pushing the pedal to the metal here themselves, as the trap pops. Deadly Flourish not going to land on either target. If you land the Deadly Flourish on both, it doesn't root both, right? It only roots one.
Deadly Flourish, so it's not a projectile, actually. It scans the entire line until it hits a champion, and then it stops. It actually has to be hard-coded specifically so that it is stopped by Yasuo Windwall. But in that same vein, it is stopped by Yasuo Windwall and Samira's Blade Whirl, but it is not reflected by Melq because it is not a projectile.
There you go. Yeah, had some Mel fun in ARAM Mayhem last night, to pick up on our earlier discussion point. Yeah, one of my friends didn't know the whole kit, so we won, and I wasn't about to tell him the whole kit. We just did like in-houses.
Dude, I forgot that they added ARAM Mayhem to custom games. Oh, wait, my day just got better.
Yeah, the 3v3 ARAM Mayhems with the boys, dude. It's a good time. It's a really good time.
I speaking of that, I had a similar experience, except I was playing, ARAM Mayhems just 5 stacked with my friends, and I was, we were up against an Ashe, and I was Mel.
Yeah,
and I just walked out in front. I walked up to the front of the enemy tower and was like, gosh, I'm just so far out of position. I hope no AD carry punishes me with an ultimate that would stun me in place. And she immediately shot the arrow like she was listening. And I was like, oh, you fool. And reflect the arrow. We had Pike and Blitzcrank. So she got stunned, hooked, dead.
Yoink. Beautiful. Set him up, knock him down. Love to see that.
Speaking of setting up, we do have Red moving on to the bot side. They still have a good 2 minutes before this next dragon is up, but that's kind of where they're looking for their win condition, right? They've already taken 2. We saw in the last game the value of stacking those Mountain Drakes the Mountain Soul can provide, especially into a bursty composition. With the Fiend Hunter bolts, Yunara has so much damage coming out the gate from that ultimate. We also know, obviously, that Toots is going to be able to do a lot of damage as well. Unlike last game, they have the damage to sustain as well. I feel like Zahen can just continue fighting. That's what he wants to do. And Yunara, even once that initial upfront damage is down, she's not going to be, doing a slacker's amount of damage late into these fights with the lethal tempo fully stacked up. So Red gonna have their work cut out for them, but are getting their, they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's in terms of this setup. They have the scuttle. They're getting their wards down early and proactive.
Yeah, making sure that for this next fight, Soul is on the line here in 45 seconds. Big win condition, potentially for either of these compositions, right? This game is not out of the woods just yet for Furia, right? That dragon stacking can be really, really deadly. And if nothing else, it's going to dictate where everybody shows up. Tuts just simply in a bad spot and somehow gets away with his life, went to TP in and just not coordinated, not on the same page.
Yeah, uses his destiny in just a really odd spot, much too far forward. His team is not in a position to follow up, but does still have the empowered teleport, can still get back to the fight and make something happen. But that's the first time he's used that destiny and, put a foot wrong. Red are unable to punish that. And I think that could be a problem going forward, as now we're going to kick off the fight in earnest.
You're not able to get anybody with the decimating smash, get in with the unstoppable onslaught, just a grim deliverance up, but the crucial bottom lane combo, the wild growth and the transcend oneself up for IU. That is the nuke. That is the bomb that can swing the game. Gold card lands on as a hen. Speaking of or on the Aatrox, the other Dark, and Frosty over the wall. Massive Pop Blossom for Red Canids. Can they capitalize? Grim Deliverance going out, and that is enough for Furia. It's a massive ult, but not able to take advantage of it. The rest of the squad was not there. Red Canids with their 80 carry simply too far away. Furia take control of the river.
They take control of the river. They lose IU for their travel. Kaze able to pick up one on the back edge. And while it was a good Pop Blossom in a vacuum from Frosty, there was just no one there to do anything about it. And the thing is, this is where I struggle to see the value of the Jhin pick, right? We have this fighting. Look at this choke point, right? We get a huge Pop Blossom, and Jhin immediately pops the ult. You can see that here it comes, the curtain call.
Does nothing.
And yeah, it didn't do anything.
Everything hit Tatu and just were useless.
Jhin is a champion with a niche. He does do a job, but I don't think his niche was in this draft. And it's the sticking point for me that I'm not really liking from Red Canids, and you just saw why. If you had, say, a Jinx there, or even maybe like, let's say an Ashe, right? You catch them in that in that narrow walkway, you get a Pop Blossom out of 3. Now you can get all the slows with your volley. You can get, an Enchanted Crystal Arrow down to keep IU out of the fight even longer, or Scion out of the fight even longer. But instead we have the Jhin, and he didn't really provide any utility there, and he also didn't provide any damage. And so even though Furia lost their 80 carry, they very comfortably won the fight.
Yeah, I think some of it was positioning too. I think Frosty, I think he might have bitten off more than he could chew, in the sense of, I don't know how the backup was, right? Maybe he saw the Mondo angle, and look, we've all been there. You see the angle for a big play, your eyes light up, and you just kind of go for it, right? Morteus, on any 80 carry, he wasn't in range to be effective there, right? Now, again, you could argue, right? I think, there are 80 carries better suited to that, right? But look, from as far away as he was, he did the best he could, but I think I'm going to put some of that on Frosty as well. It was a big Pop Blossom, but nobody was there to follow up. So again, you can only put so much of that on Morteus. Like, Morteus wasn't in position. It's like, well, yeah, but Frosty, he's playing Nico. You got Protobelt, Flash, Pop Blossom. You can clear the screen in a hurry, right? It's your job to play where your 80 carry is, and this 80 carry might be dead. Tuts, no, just kidding. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Zintz goes down. Ayu gets the kill, and now Furia turning this one around. Thought it was cursed for Red and then cursed for Furia, but they've got too much damage. But again, here, Morteus just does nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah, they get Tuts going too far forward, but they have to sacrifice Zintz for it, and just the amount of damage that IU does, Frosty just also happens to catch out, and you see, it's the two champions that have to walk in a straight line to engage with you are the two that fall, because Furia's comp is pretty well suited to deal with that. They have, if you want to play front to back into them, you have to get through Scion, you have to get through Glitterlance slow, you have to get through Toots stun, and IU's just free firing that whole time. Look at IU off to the side there. No one really interacting with him, gets the slow on Frosty, easy as you like, and gets himself a double kill. And he's starting to get very, very strong, already at 3 items. Notably, does have what most Junaras do opt into, is that Kraken Slayer as the first item, getting your attack speed and damage up, and not just slamming crit items. It is the correct play, but it does mean that the guaranteed true damage from the Fiend Hunter bolts still not yet on the board. Which, honestly, you might think that's a good thing for Red. I think it's a bad thing for Red, because IU's not even close to full power yet, and he still did that to you, man.
It's certainly very ominous for Red. Yes. Yeah, man. No, look, it's gonna be really tough to deal with as this game rolls on. Now he's got the Fiend Hunter bolts and a little bit of heal reduction as well. Oh boy. It's not over. Look, not far from it. 2,500 gold at 30 minutes. It's not, it's okay. It's better than nothing, but it's not great. But IU is that ticking time bomb, man. He is the Damocles scythe, right? Just swinging over your head. Eventually, that will come down and lop your dome off. And I just don't know what Morteus can do about it. He's got the LDR. That's good. Good job. You get a pat on the head for that. But I don't know, man. It's just it's gonna take a little bit more. They need this game to go longer. And look, Red could stall it out, but way that Furia are playing right now, and you know, they seem to be just finding their mojo. Kaze almost got forward and landed that slow. Gigo was looking for a flank, but now Zinz is looking for Gigo. Able to get decent CC down on him. The Infernal Chains go out. Yoinks him right back, and Gigo simply mispositioned and deleted. Now, Morteus can't shoot through a tank, but everybody else with him certainly can help him out. That Gigo's health bar disappeared a lot faster than I thought it was gonna.
Yeah, that kill did get secured, and you know what? Here's what I'm gonna say. The Scion, when his whole team's there, very threatening guy. The Scion on his own is a big health bar. he's a big HP bar. I gotta say, I was caught off guard. The 4x4 Sword of Damocles. This guy knows
like
mythology.
That? You like that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. A well-studied man. Our 4x4. This is an incredibly intelligent fellow.
I took Latin in high school. But I felt back to Latin was like, because I knew Portuguese. I mean, just with any Romance language, right? Me and the Mexican kids in the class, we just coasted through that class because the vocabulary was like, oh, it's just the other language that we know. And the Americans were not having as good a time in line. They're like, what do you mean there are conjunctions and like different tenses and whatnot? I'm like, no, we, thankfully I grew up with this, so I know what's up, right? Perfect, Blue Perfect, future, present,
I was gonna mention Blue Perfect.
Never forget Blue Perfect, baby. Yeah, so we coasted through that one. In fact, what most of my time spent in that class was, the gold card does land here onto steps. Shut up, 4x4. We've got a fight that's breaking out here. Tatu going forward, maybe bite off a little more than he could chew. Where's the rest of the homies? Kaze running a little bit of cover. Fire! The fourth shot misses by a hair. It was not the fourth shot, it was the third one. Either way, it would have killed Tatu, but it missed, so it didn't.
Yeah, and here's the thing, that ulti does a lot more damage the lower you are, making it, a great, finishing tool. But, they almost got Tatu. It almost worked out this time. You got to wonder who's going to set up, who's going to get that initial damage down for, Morteus to capitalize on it. And for Morteus, here's what I'm going to say. I've been ragging on the Jhin all game, and I feel like that's a little negative. So here's a little palate cleanser. Morteus is playing the Jhin fairly well. I would say he's doing a good job. He's doing what Jins need to do. That my dislike for the champion does not mean Morteus is doing a bad job. Guys, 0-4. He hasn't picked up any kills yet, but he also just hasn't given anything over for free. He's farming really well. He is at 4 items already. So he's got those big crits coming through. How are they going to finally catch someone? They're getting somebody off of this.
Yeah, Tut's just deleted. Again, just a little too far forward. But with IU getting, he does so much damage, dude. Like, what are we doing? It's too difficult. He pops ultimate, and then it's just like, just, again, 3 autos, and just everyone gets deleted. It's simply too difficult to play into, man.
Ooh. Can Kaze get it?
But
no, he barely gets away. IU lives, man. That would have been so huge for Red to get that pick, because it means that if Furia want to go start this, the Baron, they have to do so down their AD carry. And, Red would know they're down their AD carry and can force a fight. Yep. As it stands, Red going to have to be a little more cautious. But this is not going down quickly, 4x4. There's teleports coming in. I think we're going to have a fight.
I think we are going to have a fight. There are TPs coming in. Morteus sizing everybody up. Let's see what Furia can do about this. As now, in he goes. Zinz in. That is not the jungler. Remember, he doesn't have smite. In fact, he has to get the heck out of dodge. Kaze not able to get in. Furia secure the dragon. Curtain call canceled immediately as Tusk tries to go forward with the proto belt. Gets the gold card off, but the rest of the squad not close enough to provide the ensuing damage.
The RFC range on that gold card's a little goofy.
Yes.
I just watched him stun that man across the whole screen. I was like, oh, okay.
Word. My bad.
My bad. I was like, why is he going forward there? There's no way he gets in the auto range. Oh, okay. He does get in the auto range. As it's going to be, pretty tough here for Red now to find their way back in, because they were at least keeping it close. They had the soul point, and only a minute until the next drag. But because of the timing of this Baron, it's going to be very easy for Furia to shove in all these waves, to siege all their towers, and give themselves another Mountain Drake. And it's going to be very difficult for Red to respond.
Yeah. yeah, all of a sudden, this game is getting a lot trickier, right? I mean, the Baron is good for sieging bases, but it is good for pushing things out. And right as you're ending your push, right as the objective spawns, you hoover on back, you grab that objective, and you get the heck out of Dodge, right? That is the kind of where you dot the I's and cross the T's as far as the value you get out of that. Red able to grab themselves another tower before a TP comes back. You go. Boom in the back line, checking for any stragglers. Kaze doing some straggler cosplay. It will not be enough. Yeah, Furia should be able to grab this dragon just as easy as you like. 20 seconds left. No sudden movements. First 5, last 5. No, nothing stupid.
No major mistakes coming out from Furia in anticipation of this objective. And Red are looking around the map. They have a vision line down, but it's very defensive. Look how far back it is pushed. It's just at essentially their second tower line. They have no way to ever walk into this jungle to ever contest this Drake. So this is Furia's simply by default. And so now it is Red's turn, essentially, to figure out what they're doing moving forward. They have to find something because the lead for Furia, it's what do they do? They're never one big fight exploding the lead. They are nickel and diming you. They are slowly chipping away at this facade of Red as an unbeatable team, and they are very, very close to unmasking the Canids.
Good to have someone be able to give them a contest, Steps. Doesn't know how close he was to potential certain doom. Ow. Okay, that's 1,000 damage on the shock blast. Cool.
Listen, it's JoJo knows he can survive another one, all right? So that's what you got to think about, right? If you get hit for a shock blast and it does 49% of your HP, you can stick around because you can take another shock blast. You'll have 2% of your HP left.
True. I'm just still alive. You're not any less alive.
The only HP that matters is the last one.
True. Like I'm a big World of Warcraft player, and sometimes in the loading screen they'll do like little tooltips, helpful tooltips, and sometimes they make them intentionally like not helpful. And one of them they flash up is having trouble with a boss. Try getting his HP down to 0 before yours. Usually works.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah, really high IQ gaming here. The heal cut now is coming from both sides. As Steps has got himself a mortal reminder to go into, I guess, there's healing-ish, right? Tatu Gigo. You see on the left there, tomorrow, Fluxo and Los Grandes. If Furia win this, Los Grandes cannot clinch top 2. So they're just playing for a matchup, potentially. And Loud against Cade. Again, Cade, if they win, they have a chance. I actually don't know how the tiebreaker is with them and Furia. But Loud, they've clinched playoffs, so that was the big ticket item. That was the big thing that they needed.
Yeah, Leviathan made it like way. We were all talking. I'm glad Robo got to win this final series, but they made it way less interesting for tomorrow. Okay, I have to, Leviathan. I have to be here tomorrow, and what I'll tell you is now I gotta like do my job and make the series fun and interesting to watch instead of it just doing its job for me. I still think though, without major playoff implications on the line, I think it still matters quite a lot for. Getting ahead of ourselves here, but it's going to matter a lot for VKS because I think they we're always wondering if they have their head screwed on straight, and it'll be a good litmus test for the Cade Stars.
Yes, it absolutely will be. Yeah, against a rejuvenated Loud, right? It's a game with kind of no real stakes. Because even if Cade do win, then, if Cade win and Furia win, Grim Deliverance, Tatu went straight back down. I thought he was trying to go over the wall with that. Okay, all's well that ends well. There's a very short cooldown. Actually, Fluxu could end up in second place, even if Furia win, because they have the head-to-head over Furia. JoJo, wow, that's not even the fourth shot for Morteus. That is the third shot, just FYI. But Morteus might be toast here. Man, oh man, the redemption came down, and Morteus scurried just as fast as little legs would take him. Tuts got forward. Oh, that's a beauty. Got the gold card down on the Q off before he stopwatched. Got in, got the 80 carry, and got out. Tuts, take a bow. That was cute, man.
That was a really clever play there from Toots, and it's just in time. Look what is about to spawn. It's everybody's favorite purple worm, Baron Nashor, coming up the river. And again, it's another situation where this one feels like kind of Furious by default. Red aren't in a position to come and contest it. But what can you do? You saw how poorly the last time it went for you when Furia had Baron. I mean, are you going to give it to them again? They're saying yes. They're saying we can stall out this game. There's a more important timer in 7 minutes time. That is the one that Red are trying to survive for. It simply has to be, because another Baron power play on the side of Furia. If Furia can't end during this, right? They're going to pick up this Mountain Drake. Presumptively, we're going to play around the soul. And should that soul not be the game-deciding fight, Red have to last another 6 minutes to get their chance at redemption.
And I was going to say, they might not last until then. I mean, let's see. Right? You never really know with these two teams. But certainly the battle lines being drawn here. IU, gotta be a little careful here. Kaze went forward, and Kaze's just dead. IU popped his ultimate, and the Fiend Hunter Bolts did the rest. Good night, sweet prince. Sick Pop Blossom Kid. It did absolutely nothing. Polymorph down onto Zinz. Jojo will be the sacrificial lamb. It's a triple for IU. Make it a quadra for the boy, and that is the most he will get. Tuts got the kill onto Frosty. Furia, in reverse sweep fashion, should be able to end here. It's an ace for the Panthers as they get the stranglehold on second place. They've almost got it, Bren. They need a couple results to go their way, but they've almost locked top two.
What's this caster guy talking about? They're gonna fight at the soul, and then they're gonna be an out. Furia's just gonna mop them up, obviously. My goodness. I mean, we talked about how the damage up front from IU can be so difficult to deal with, but Kaze was barely an inconvenience. I mean, he got swatted aside like a fly there, and it's because IU was so strong. Furia recognized from the beginning, we talked about a very kind of, game warping pick, and they played to their strengths, were able to get some of those early kills into IU to mitigate, the weaker lane. And come late game, there was just nothing Red Canids could do about that. They got shredded by the humble Shrine Maiden of all people, turns them into paste.
Yeah, they got their teeth kicked in, man. So Furia, look, implications for later on, right? We've got ourselves a challenger for that second best team, or maybe even for the best team, right? You beat them in a best of 3. You can't say definitively that Red are better. There's at least a conversation now, and I think, look, as a neutral, as someone who covers these leagues, right, that is a good thing, right? That gives you a little more to talk about. That gives Red a real challenger, and if it's going to force them to level up as well, right? As they go into playoffs, as they go into potentially international play, right? It's not just Red, the Red Cadets, they walk the CBLOL Farmers League, and now they get into the Champions League and they can't do anything, right? It's not how this is going to work. So yeah, should be good for them. And then as far as playoffs and tiebreaker scenarios, so I mentioned earlier, so Furia, they've got 5 wins now. Fluxu and Cade, if they both get to 5 wins, then it's a 3-way tiebreaker. That I don't know off the top of my head, so I'm not going to bore you with there. You can the rule book is on Leaguepedia. It's public information for everybody. If Cade win and Fluxu lose, and Cade is the one that goes up to 5 wins, then Furia have the tiebreaker over them, and they will get second place. If Fluxu beat Los Grandes and Cade lose to Loud, your second seed, just as we all thought at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knew Fluxu.
You can't even get the sentence out. It's so unserious that Fluxu might be our second seed. Dude,
guys, is Cody the GOAT or something? Like, obviously, everyone on Fluxu has been playing well. I don't want to imply that, like, Cody is but I feel like he was such a vibe shift for the team because he locked in, and then everyone on Fluxu was like, wait, we're allowed to win League of Legends games? That's a thing you can do? And then they just started doing that. Like,
look, it's been the correlation, causation, who's to say? But one of those two things is definitely happening with Cody going over. Peach, I mean, look, the Scrim God rumors, man, right? Scrimbucks aren't worth much, but they provide an awful lot of context. And all of a sudden, you are seeing the Fluxu that were promised, right? This apparently was a sleeping giant. Who knew? Not me.
I mean, it's so fun though. Like it's yes. I'm just grinning ear to ear because we have 2 matchups that, like, on paper people are like, oh, well, all these teams are in playoffs, like who cares anymore? But like there's a legitimate who gets that bye is gonna matter. We know it's gonna matter, and all these teams have so many. I think for me, not even the playoff positioning. I want to see these teams get one last week of regular season in, and like, are they who we think they are? Because honestly, we still don't know about half the league if they are good or not, and that's kind of awesome.
Yes. Yeah, the Fluxu second seed subplot is my favorite subplot. Definitely not one that I was really aware of until honestly this morning. I woke up, I looked at the standings, I'm like, ain't that some shit? There's my one. Sorry, Dia. You see the standings there on the bottom right of your screen, right? For you right now, they're in the driver's seat for second place. And yeah, I'm not sure why the line is above sixth place. Because okay, that's just a trick of the light. But yeah, you can see right there. This is right from the CBLOL broadcast. So this is as things are right now, right? Cade and Fluxu again. If they go up, it's like a 1-1. It's like everybody's 1-1. I think is Cade. Yeah, they've lost to Furia, but they beat Fluxu. Fluxu, they lost to yeah. So it should work out like that. So three-way tie. I don't know what's gonna happen. Los Grandes cannot get top 2, and you know, for my personal brand, that's a good thing.
It's been a minute since I like had been free to come and cast CBLOL, and it's the best league in the world, man. I'm sorry, like someone there's some folks over like LPL English. I love those guys. Those guys are awesome, right?
Oh yeah.
I've met some of the LCS crew. Got to go to the LTA finals and talk with some of them. And that was lots of fun. And League of Legends is just a damn good game.
You're here.
But for my money, there is not a more entertaining, more fun league to watch. I never walk away feeling better just having watched it than watching these teams in Brazil, man. It's such a treat.
And with that, I think that's a great place to end. Don't you, chat? I think so too. So, for my color caster today, Bren, pleasure as always, fam. Dia, thank you for producing in the background. I've been 4x4. Thank you guys for watching, listening, wherever, and whenever you are doing so. We'll be back here, same place, same time tomorrow. We have Los Grandes versus Furia, Los Grandes versus Fluxu, and then Cade versus Loud. So, for all those people I've mentioned, I'm 4x4. Thank you for being here. Have a great rest of your Saturday.